Welcome, everybody, to Shining Force, Legacy of Great Intention. Alright, let's pause that for a hot second. Okay. Let me do my self-promotion stuff, and then we'll get started. Getting started. Alright, instead of streaming that, I want to stream this, so way everyone can see what's going on. Yep, let me turn that off. That was my alarm to tell me when to start streaming. I just noticed I had the stream title wrong, so let me fix that. There we go. Type up the announcement for everyone. Okay, copy and paste that. You might see my mouse on the screen. I don't know if you can. I don't think you can, but you might. Do, 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 do. All right. I sent out everything to everyone. So yeah, let's get started. Those of you who not remember, we're currently on a boat. Typically, we're fighting a bunch of people on it. With our current equipment. Do the traditional of swapping out people We're gonna start. Hey, Nova. How you doing? Got any advice? Remember to watch. Remember to watch for both air and sea attack. Anything else, Max? Okay. Let's swap some people out. Who do you wish to take? Let's say Ken. Who will you leave behind? Ah, there's no one low enough. Okay. Here we go again. We were just about to land, too. Go get them. Oop. Hello. I have noticed that you have joined, Fox.
I'm sorry, I was just watching.
That's fine. No worries. Today's the chill day. It's Nostalgia Wednesday.
Where?
We have two guests. Let me make you guys a little bit bigger on the screen. There you go.
Thank you.
Does he have the trusted speak role? I believe he does. Oh, let me check.
Does he?
Oh, wait, he does not. Hold on. Hold on. Quick fix this.
He
Wait.
does.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he has that role. He just purposefully muted himself. That makes sense. Given the fact that I am on a live stream, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to watch voice channel text to see when he posts something. Oh, or he can just post in Twitch chat. Hello, Ravager. So if you watch this on YouTube later, Ravager is the one who's currently in... he's the third guest, the one with the raccoon-looking profile picture. I don't know what it actually is. I don't mean to be offensive, I just don't know what it is.
It's a cat.
It's what?
It's a cat.
Ah, it's a cat? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, that tail made me think, and the tail and the shadow around the eyes made me think of a raccoon.
I can see why. I just found it hilarious.
Ugh. Apologies. But yeah, today's Nostalgia Wednesday, which is track post. This is usually my most chill stream of the week. This and Hearthstone tend to be my most chill streams. Not counting Variety Friday, because Variety Friday can be anything. Sometimes it's chill, sometimes it's not. The eye is black, not shadow. Fair.
Although from now on I will call him Raccoon.
Accidentally made the nickname. More enemies are appearing. Sea bats and shellfish. That's not good. I'm just waiting for Surtur, to be honest. Surtur, to be honest. Oh, is Surtur going to join? To be fair, I thought it was a raccoon too. Welcome, Goisfrid, to the channel. He evidently thought it was a raccoon as well. Welcome. Alright. So, for those of you who did not know, I modified my rules so now you will only repeat the battle if someone dies, not just if someone levels up. So basically, this way we aren't just slogging the same battle over and over again. I think that sounds fair.
I think it's too.
That way it's not just repeating the same thing over and over. Also, Fire 3. I'm tempted to just say it's a raccoon for the sake of these. Well, it kind of vaguely reminds me of Pepe Le Pew. To be fair. You know the Pepe Le Pew cartoons?
Yes.
Raccoon? Oh, that's funny. I guess, yeah, there'd be a mixture between a cat and raccoon. But yeah, remember how Pepe Le Pew always had that, like, striped tail? Except his is like the reverse stripes.
I still like how it says Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel time for the stream.
It says that because I forgot to change the stream title at first. I've changed the stream title since then. But it should be fixed now. Pretty sure it is. The Catcoon actually like that idea. Yeah, go ahead. Do that idea.
Take the idea.
I like how one of my characters is just a giant wheeled tank that slams into enemies full force.
It's fitting.
I mean, it's fitting, but I don't know. I don't see that many units where their main form of attack is ramming into you.
It can be done.
Yeah, it's a very orky way of doing things. Ort attack. Yep, it says Shining Force for you. So, welcome to the channel. And, Fox Warrior, thank you for the follow.
I keep on forgetting I could just easily do that.
Sorry, I was eating some food. Fort's level increases to 5. Speed increases by 4. Aw, something for more than that. Oh well. But how are you, guys? I hope you're doing well. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yep, this is just a chill old RPG game. It has story, but for the most part, we're just kind of here reliving a game that I've played for over 2 decades now. I've been playing this game since I was 5, and I am well over 25 at this point, so... Probably the game I played the longest. Yep. Goy says, doing good, and yeah, you are. Just chilling here while playing Warframe. Cool. You enjoy Warframe. Hopefully you get a bunch of good loot. The only thing I know about Warframe is what I've watched a streamer play of Warframe, and honestly, the game seems pretty fun, but it also seems like the type of thing that wouldn't run on my computer well, so I can't exactly get it right now unless I get a better computer, which is not something I can do for a long time. But, either way. I actually amazed a streamer lately by telling them that my computer can't even run Fallout New Vegas well, and they're like, wow, it can't run that? And I'm like, it can run it, just terribly.
Oh no, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Have you tested out on your computer to make sure? No! Because I'd have to buy the games to do that. Choice 3. I've been playing Warframe for 8.5 years. What? Would you recommend trying it for someone who has no experience with Warframe? Keep in mind, I also have no experience with Destiny, and I've heard it compared to Destiny. No Man's Sky is definitely a game that I want to try at some point.
Yeah, well, I've heard things about it.
Yeah, from what I heard, from what I've seen of the gameplay from the one streamer, it looks like a modern version of Darkstar 1 Broken Alliance, which is one of my favorite Xbox 360 games. So I'm like, except with like more stuff in it, so I'm like, oh sweet. It's like a game I've already played.
Ah, so you have an advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the ship combat is exactly the same as it was in Darkstar 1. But Darkstar 1 didn't have anything besides the ship combat. It just had the ship combat. Warframe is free, though, and yeah, I'd say at least give it a try. Oh, I did not realize it was free. Is it available on Steam? Because if it's available on Steam, then yeah, I'd give it a shot. Sounds fun. Well, there's always a predicament of, do I want to try it on camera, do I off camera, etc. I'm probably going to test to see if the game even runs before I do it on camera, but do I want to apply and playthrough on camera or off camera? Because I know I have something special planned for this Friday, and if D&D stuff does that. There's nowhere where you can attack. Okay. Let's go down here. It's on Steam. Okay, cool. I'll check it out.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not going to download it now because obviously that's going to tank the stream if I do that. I'll download it.
Please don't.
Okay. But yeah, Shining Force, it's a very fun game. What do you want to know about it, Zokai? Because I can tell you practically anything about this game. As I know practically everything about this game for the most part. Yeah, there's more in the series. This is the second game in the series, the first one being Shining in the Darkness, which is a very different style of game. However, Shining Force in general does have further ones. There's Shining Force 1, 2, 3, and then there is, I think, Shining Force Neo, Shining Force Final Impact, Final Conflict, and then Shining Force, there's a Game Boy Advance remake of this game that I forget what it was called. It was Shining Force something. By the way, they have continued the series. I think there's even a Shining Force 4 and 5 at this point. I don't remember. This game came out in 1993, which is the same year I was born. So it was already 5 years old by the time I played it. Yeah. I played Shining Force 2 as well. I didn't play it as a kid. I played it as an adult when I could then emulate it. And it was okay. The main thing I didn't like about Shining Force 2 is it very much changes the art style from Shining Force 1.
I have Minish Cap, and I love playing it.
Minish Cap is awesome. I will say Minish Cap is one of my favorite Game Boy Advance games. Not
Same,
my favorite,
along with the Oracle games.
Yeah.
Oracle games and Link's Awakening. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, you're talking about Game Boy games. You're talking about Game Boy Advance games. Yeah, the Oracle games and Link's Awakening are also really good too. I particularly like Link's Awakening. I actually have. Hold on.
Link's Awakening was technically my first ever game.
Let me find this thing.
I remember having the DX version as a kid and playing that. I played the shit out of that game.
There it is. I found it. Alright. Take a small moment to take a picture. Review camera. Load.
I remember playing the... That's what I remember. I just had Link's Awakening DX and I just played the shit out of that since I was a little kid.
I'm going to post a picture on the screen. Well, actually, sorry. Now, I first need to send it to my Discord, and then I'll post it on the screen. People will see it OBS. Alright, now I need to load up Discord on my tablet. Hold on a moment. Because I just took a picture of my tablet. I want to show you something. Not a very good picture. I apologize. Look what I just posted in voice channel text, Fox.
Yes, I have that too.
Well, my point is, and I'm going to show this for the chat now. Add another image. That's not. Where is it? There it is. Yep. As you can see, I own a physical cartridge of Link's Awakening. I had it actually sitting right here on my table while we were talking about it. So, I just wanted to show it off on stream. That I do, in fact, have this. We're going to drag that back. So, yeah, I actually have my original Game Boy still, with my entire collection of Game Boy games. One of which is Link's Awakening. I
remember one of the earliest games I also had was that odd Aladdin game.
I have Link's Awakening, I have Metroid 2, I have Pokemon Silver, Mega Man Extreme. You know, I remember I had that one Mickey Mouse game I forget the name of, the one Tom and Jerry game. Okay.
I have a lot of games too. I don't know why.
Video gamer? That's my guess. Ravager says, I don't have a favorite older game, I just sort of miss that gen of gaming. Fair. First game I remember ever playing was Link to the Past Super Nintendo. The first game I remember ever playing was, what was it? No, that doesn't count as a game. I think it was... I'm trying to remember. Because I know Link to the Past was one of them. But I don't think it was the first. I think the first ever game I played was like Final Fantasy Adventure. Which, if you guys don't know what that is, I don't think it was Adventure. I think it was something else. But it was that, like, terrible Final Fantasy game that they released into the US that was, like, built for the US and was, like, Final Fantasy Baby Mode, effectively, where it handheld you the entire game. If you guys never heard of it, it's like the biggest slap to the face in US gamers because, quote, they can't handle hard games, which was the opinion back then. Among Japanese
Wasn't the same thing
developers.
said during the Mario at the time, like Mario 2 or something?
That was during that time, yeah. Another one of the first games I ever played was was Adventure of Link for the NES, which was the second Zelda game. That was one of the first games I played. So I was born... Oh, well, I wasn't born, but I practically started my gaming career playing hard games. Because I got good at Link 2. And back as a kid, I was stubborn, so I just kind of played that game. I never got all the way through it, but... Mainly just because I was a dumb kid and I'd get lost easily. Not because it was hard, but because I would get lost.
No, it's a hard game.
Well, no, I mean, as a kid, the reason why I stopped playing was specifically because I would get lost.
I thought you were talking about Zelda 2. Oh,
I am
that
talking
is
about Zelda
actually
2.
hard.
Yeah, Zelda 2 is actually hard, but my point is, it being hard was not the reason why I quit as a kid. It was because I would get lost. Somehow, as a kid, I did not mind at all, so... By the way, it doesn't matter. But yeah, this is definitely one of the first games I played. And I remember this is like one of the first games I loved playing back as a kid. This and Link to the Past were like the two that I loved playing. And then it was Ocarina of Time on the N64.
Yes.
What was that other game? It was some beat 'em up for the Sega that I remember enjoying. Is this Streets of Rage? I don't think it was Streets of Rage.
Could be Double Dragon.
Oh, it was Comic Zone. Do you remember Comic Zone?
Sounds familiar.
It's the game where it's about a comic book artist that gets struck by lightning and then is warped into his comic book, and the main villain of his comic book is warped out of it into the real world. So now he has to try and escape from his own comic book in time to stop the villain from taking over the world while he's taking over the real world. So, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that one. I quite like that game, especially because of the rat. If you played that game, you know what I mean by the rat. That thing was dumb, and I loved it as a kid. Heal Diane, please. But yeah, that's what Nostalgia Wednesday is about. Just us talking about old games. You know. I don't want to say that because it's cursing, but just, you know, talk about whatever. Doesn't have to be about old games. Just reliving the past. Ooh, that's a nice juicy target. How do I want to do this? Yeah, I guess I can do it this way. Flame Axe! Heat Axe. Wait a second, I just realized I don't have a way to repair my Heat Axe right now because I don't have a shop available, so I better not do that just in case it's already cracked. I don't remember if it's cracked or not. See, here's the thing. Items in this game, there are certain items in this game that can be used to do magic, like Heat Axe, for example. Mm-hmm. However, when it's about to break, it will say that the Heat Axe is cracked. Besides that, there's no other indicator, so if you skip through that message, then you have no other indicator that it's cracked. And you just have to kind of remember that, and then go to a shop and repair it, and when you repair it, it goes back to full durability. If you use it while it's cracked, it just disappears, and you have no ability to get it back.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can kind of screw yourself in that regard. Not careful. Slam into that gargoyle. Ah, you missed. I mean, it could fly, so I guess that makes sense. Ow.
Okay.
I just said, damn, I missed out on the whole gen. I can't even remember my first game. Ah. That's fine, Ravager. You're good. I missed out on a whole generation too because I never played much NES besides Zelda 2, and that was it. I didn't have an NES for long. Well, rather, I didn't get to play an NES for long because evidently I did something that involved spilling a drink near the NES, and they were like, "No, you're not allowed to play that anymore." You know what I mean?
Yes.
I was a little kid. What do you expect? But that was the problem. Come on! Attack him. Let's switch to your range spear. Apologies, I'm not 100% still. I got my COVID booster shot yesterday, so I'm still a little weird.
I understand how that feels.
Yeah, my left arm hurts. That's mainly what it is right now, but it... I'm not one.
At least you're good now.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I felt that. Currently, my goal is to get up to 3 average viewers. currently I'm hovering at 2 viewers. No, I currently have 2 viewers right now. Why do you think I have 3 average viewers? Yeah. I currently have 2. It's you and the other guy.
Other guy be.
The other guy being the one that... whose name I forget. Goisfred. Unless Goisfred left. I think Goisfred might have left? I don't know. I don't think they did that. Problem is on Twitch you can't tell. I wish there's a way to tell, like, who exactly is watching, but there's no way to tell. Okay, you are here. That means that Fox isn't the one watching. If Fox is the
I
one
am watching.
Okay, then why is there only 2? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Twitch, you're drunk. Go home. Refresh. I can't exactly refresh OBS without stopping the entire stream. I think I'm like, I don't want to stop the stream. I'm good. Like, it's not a big deal, ultimately. It's whatever. It'll happen eventually. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you see something?
No, I was just thinking.
Alright. To be frank, it's only 2 on my screen too, which is weird. Yeah, I agree, it's weird. Minish Cap came out in 2005. Man, that was a long time ago. I remember when it... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh god, no.
Yeah, that
Feels
was a long
short.
time ago. I was watching commercials back when that came out. I remember the commercials for Minish Cap coming out. Yeah. It's like, join Link in his newest adventure. His newest tiny adventure. And it just shows him shrink down to tiny size, and then walking on floorboards and walking on the ceiling and stuff, talking to Minish. It's really funny.
I loved it.
Yeah. But enormous bosses who are actually normal size. And then it shows the giant choo-choo that you fight, which is really just normal size choo-choo because you're tiny currently.
Yeah.
That was such a unique boss fight. I like that boss fight.
I like how it got... I actually like that they did the same thing with an Octorok later on.
Yeah. The only Zelda games I really have never played is Link's Crossbow Training, Four Swords, Skyward Sword, and... what was the other one? Oh, Four Swords Adventures. Those are the only Zelda games I have not played. Oh, also, I guess Hyrule Warriors. I haven't played that either. Or the second. Or the, Breath of the Wild 2, the Age of Calamity one. Oh, right, I just remembered. Someone died, so I actually have to repeat this fight. Let's not kill everyone, shall we?
Not yet.
Yeah, because Joker died. Because of course he is. Egress! Yep. Oh. Okay, so it is normal music. I thought it was... because I remember you mentioning something about being sad music. I was like, oh. No. It seems to be normal music. I find it funny that I gave Jogurt 4 healing herbs when I'm like, when is he ever going to use a healing herb? He has 1 HP. I didn't think about that when I did that.
No.
Oh, is there anything that you guys want to talk about in general? It doesn't have to be about Shining Force or old game. It can be about D&D if you want to be. Anything you want to talk about?
Well, now my bonking stick's gonna be imbued with the power of force.
Isn't it... Does Shillelagh do force damage? I don't remember.
No, Amethyst Dragon Scales do.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. By the way, potent cantrips does apply to Shillelagh damage. I will mention. Because I didn't know if Ravager had that question, but...
Yes, me and him are exchanging scales. So you're dragon forging the god. You're doing the. Yes.
Yeah, Kirby is fucking fun, dude. If you've never experienced Kirby games, okay. Well, first off, Forgotten Lands is a good place to start. Second off, yes, it's fun. It's like way more fun than it first appears to be.
My first one was Nightmare.
My first one was Kirby Squeak Squad. Well, actually, sorry, no. My first one was Kirby's Adventures in Dreamland for the Game Boy. And then my second one was Kirby Squeak Squad.
My first one was Kirby's Adventure in Dreamland, which I just called Nightmare.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because I played the Game Boy game, Kirby's Adventures in Dreamland, and then the second one I played was a combination of Kirby Squeak Squad and Kirby's Epic Yarn, because I played both of those games at the same time. The reason why I got to play those games, and it's kind of a funny story. Well, actually, technically Epic Yarn is first, because I was in a house that had a Wii, and they bought me a bunch of games and asked what ones I'd want, and one of the ones available was Kirby's Epic Yarn. So I was like, sure, I'll try that. That seems fun and cute. And I tried it, and it was a blast. I very much enjoyed it. If you're wondering where Car Kirby came from, it originally came from Epic Yarn.
Yep.
However, after that, I eventually started visiting a cousin of mine named Zeke, and I forget if it was Zeke or something else. I forget my cousin's name, but I started visiting this kid's house, and we were playing Squeak Squad. We were playing Epic Yarn together. But he also owned a DS, just like I did. He had Squeak Squad for the DS, so oftentimes I'd ask to borrow Squeak Squad from him because I just wanted to play that game, and that book game is a ton of fun. And eventually, when I had to stop visiting his house because of other stuff, he just told me that I could keep Squeak Squad. Well, like, cool. So I just own that game now.
Oh, that's a good game to have.
Yeah, in exchange, I let him keep Epic Yarn because I wasn't going to have access to a Wii anymore. So I was like, you can just keep this game. But yeah, Squeak Squad is a ton of fun. It's honestly, I would like to say that Squeak Squad is basically a stock standard Kirby game in all the best ways. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like if you want a perfect example of the typical Kirby experience, play Squeak Squad. Either that or like play Squeak Squad or play Superstar Ultra. One of the two. Both are great examples of that.
I have good memories of.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fair trade, in my opinion. You also notice that a lot of Kirby games are either named after the main plot point in their thing, or named after, like, food. Like, Kirby Ultra Deluxe, Kirby Ultra Triple Deluxe, or what it was. Kirby Triple Deluxe, that sort of thing. But then there's things like Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, which is about, well, the Amazing Mirror. Then there's just Kirby Triple Deluxe, which the title has nothing to do with the actual game. It's just a fun title. I forgot to read out that level up. I have this. So yeah, kind of funny. Superstar Ultra is very fun though. Kirby Superstar, or the original, was also fun too. Kirby Superstar Ultra is the remake of Kirby Superstar with extra features added on and extra mechanics added on. Ravager says, to be honest, there are a few I didn't vibe with or felt are but Dreamland I liked and first Kirby game I won. Cool. Yeah.
Grew up with Kirby.
The first one that I like majorly was impacted by in terms of this is so cool. Besides Kirby's Epic Yarn, was Kirby's Return to Dreamland,
Oh
which
yeah.
which makes sense because that was when Fox. Did you know about this? That was the first game in which Kirby had a new project lead on the Kirby franchise.
Oh.
That new project leader, was the reason why a lot of more modern Kirby games are story driven rather than just adventures. He's the reason why that happened. Because he was like, this game franchise is so cool and it has so many disparate lore points. What if we tie them all together? And actually brought it to the forefront. And that's what Kirby's Return to Dreamland was meant to do, and that's what, everyone after it. Super Robobots, Triple Deluxe, Star Allies, eventually Forgotten Lands. Forgotten Land is also a continuation of the story. Though, a lot of it is, again, told in, well, before it was told in pause screens, now it's told in the gotchas. It's the type of stuff to where you can completely ignore the story, and it doesn't matter. But if you want story, there is a story for all of it, and it actually makes sense. And you can go find it. It's the type of thing to where it's all there, and it's really deep and rich, but also it's not in the way. Unlike Kingdom Hearts, where it has a rich and deep story, but it shoves it in your face 24/7. Kirby doesn't do that, because Kirby himself does not care about his own story. This is going to be a weird comparison, but he's a lot like Doom Guy in that way.
Oh, the Rainbow Seed one was interesting. You're talking to a person that played every single Kirby game.
Ah, you're talking about Triple Deluxe, the one with that Queen Tectonia in it? Yeah. I like that one.
It's lucky about corruption.
Yeah, I believe it is called the Hypernova fruit, specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, which the cool thing about the Hypernova fruit is, something about Kirby is that he's always had a limit for how big or how heavy of things that he could suck in and absorb. That's why, for example, you can't, suck up an entire building with Kirby in any of the Kirby games. That's the explanation why. He has a limit for how much he can actually absorb in one go. That limit was raised a little bit in Forgotten Lands, but we'll just say he got better at it. However, the Hypernova fruit completely removes that limiter, which is the entire gimmick of the fruit. It doesn't actually do anything else to change Kirby's capabilities. It just removes his limiter on how much size and weight he can absorb at once. A stunning critical hit of 1 damage. That was funny. Sorry. So yeah, it's just really cool. It's like, oh hey, he does all that stuff. Yeah, he still was always capable of doing that. He just had the size cap. Cap 1.
I kind of like the size cap thing that they put in.
Yeah. Oh, that's always been a thing. Did you guys ever watch the Kirby anime? I watched the Kirby anime.
Yes.
Raptor says, to be frank, he used the absorbability all the time, and he better get better at it. Yep. I'd say better get better at it. Also, it's important to remember 2 things. Number 1, Kirby is 9 inches tall. Like, literally, he's 9 inches tall. And number 2, there's also the fact that he was basically a baby from the start of his adventure. In Adventures in Dreamland, he was a baby. He basically had almost... height. Yes, that is the canon height. His canon height is 9 inches tall. He is less than a foot. He is a small boy. A small but tough boy.
Here we are.
I like doing that. Sorry if I just triggered you, Ravager.
Anything's fun.
Yeah, he's a very small boy. Yeah. That's really fun. Yeah, it's like, oh hey, he's a small boy, but also he can fight things that can eat universes.
Still terrible.
Well, okay, not eat universes, destroy universes over the course of time. So, you know, that's at lowest multi-galaxy level, which parascaling-wise is crazy. Given the fact that even though he's so small, if you stepped on him, it would literally do nothing. He would just kind of squish and then smile at you. How old is Kirby? Because you said he's a baby.
Kirby.
I don't know if there's canon age, but he has the mentality of a baby in terms of he really doesn't know much of anything, and he's ultra innocent in regards to he's just a very innocent and happy person. So I don't think he is a baby per se, but he has the mentality of one. Yeah, basically.
Like Boo.
What was that?
It's like Boo.
Yeah, kinda. Except Boo became that way artificially due to the influence of the Grand Supreme Kai. Kirby, it just is that way. What was I gonna say? Oh, there is the whole fact that basically in the first game it was stated that he wasn't born that long ago. So I don't remember. A good example of what an older version of Kirby would be like mentality-wise is, honestly, Meta Knight. Meta Knight's the same species as Kirby is, as far as I understand it. So you could basically think of Meta Knight as a much older version of Kirby. Now, Meta Knight is not nearly as powerful as Kirby is, but he also is a lot older, both in maturity and actual age, because it was stated that Meta Knight was the one who raised Kirby. Yeah. Which is why there's so many pictures online of Meta Knight being a dad.
Let's see this one.
Yeah. This brings in so many questions. Does that mean Kirby could gain wings? Wait, what? Yeah, he raised Kirby, and I mean, technically, probably. I mean, there is the wing power-up. He does gain wings that way. And it's been shown by various sources that he doesn't necessarily have to use up power-ups that he has inside of him, that he can just store them around for later. That's more just a gameplay limitation, rather than an actual canon limitation for Kirby. So, in theory, yeah. In theory, Meta Knight's just a combination of the wing power-up and the sword power-up, which combination power-ups were a thing. Look at Kirby 64. Heck, if you remember in Forgotten Lands, you get to play with a Meta Knight power-up. Where Kirby basically gets the same moveset as Meta Knight. Then why is Kirby so much stronger than Meta Knight, Meta Knight so much weaker? Because... Well, they never gave an exact origin for Meta Knight. However, they did give an origin for Kirby. Kind of. They basically confirmed it, but it's technically not confirmed. Would you like to know spoilers for Star Allies?
We're going there.
And for practically the entire Kirby franchise. Because there is spoilers that explain why he's so strong. Okay. So, you remember the enemy that you fight at the end of... Did you ever fight the final boss in Forgotten Lands? That's actually a good question. Did you ever fight the final boss in Forgotten Land, Raptor? then I will not continue talking because I would be saying spoilers for the final boss in that game. Because that's it. Explaining what Kirby is also going to give spoilers for practically every game. But let's just say that let's just summarize it as Kirby is the stuff of the universe, given sentient form and filled and fueled by purely positive energy.
It's a Star Child.
Yeah, let's go Star Child. That was the explanation in the Star Child thing was explanation in the anime, but in the games it's slightly different. But basically, he is an entity fueled and created by entirely positive energy and primal universal forces. Yep. That's a summary of what Kirby is. We have never gotten a confirmation what Meta Knight is. We don't even know if they're technically the same species. They just look identical with the mask off.
It's theorized that once he achieves his true power, he has to pick up power, though, and he becomes a master in it.
That's a theory, yes, but I don't personally subscribe to that theory. I just assume that he's a lot stronger than Meta Knight. Also, yeah, that basically means that Kirby is an eldritch thing. In regards to, he's a thing beyond most people's comprehension, but he's also just an innocent little child who just wants to give people hugs. It's like, he's a super powerful being that always uses his power for good.
To be fair, this is the dynamic I use for Rouge.
Yeah, Kirby is low-key a god. Which, honestly, makes him even more adorable to me for some reason. He's like the most good a person can be, in my opinion. Kirby. He's just a good boy. There's like no way you can spin it to which he's not a good boy.
Yes, I know, Ace. That's what Rouge is.
Why the duck do enemies keep trying to fight him then? If they'll just lose anyway. Well, okay, that depends on the enemies you're talking about. If you're talking about King Dedede's armies, that's because they're loyal to their king, and also because they know Kirby will not actually kill them. Because believe it or not, when Kirby sucks something up into his pocket dimension, he doesn't actually kill them. He just has a pocket dimension inside of him that they go to, and then, in theory, the enemy can be spit back out at a certain point later. Though that's never shown in the game. My current theory is that he doesn't actually kill the people that he eats. He just eventually returns them back to where they were after the adventure is done. He's just making sure they aren't in his way anymore. Either way, there are some enemies that he actually just straight up does like defeat and kill, but usually those are enemies possessed by darkness, and whenever possible, he befriends people rather than actually defeats them.
Yay.
Which has happened in practically every single Kirby game, for the most part, where most of the time, if he can befriend someone, he does. He goes the pacifist route first until there's literally no other option. Is that why that's why Waddle Dees don't hate him, because he doesn't actually kill Waddle Dees. That's also the reason why King Dedede never runs out of Waddle Dees. It's always the same ones, and he never actually, he's the savior of Dreamland. It's also why he's friends with King Dedede, because he knows that, yeah, he'll beat up King Dedede for a while when King Dedede's caught in trouble, but when King Dedede faints, he's not going to, kill him. He's just going to, beat him up until he gets some sense back into him, and then just give him a hug. Because Kirby is a good boy. Has anyone died in this battle? I don't remember.
Don't think so.
Robert says, so like a normal Tuesday is basically eat Mike or some shit, fight hug them, maybe eat some brunch or something. Yeah.
Yes.
That-
It was said in I forgot where. There was a man on the internet I think made the music video from, not music video, but lyrical adaptation of Marx, and that's legit how King Dedede acted. Like, it's just the normal. It's like, yeah, remember that day, Tuesday.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically every Tuesday, and he doesn't really. Yeah, that's fine. Most of the time, when you see him quote unquote kill enemies in games, he's basically just knocking them out. Is all he's doing. He's not actually killing them, unless it's like an actual like someone he has to. In which case he does, but again he tries not to. Damn, Kirby has interested friendship. I wonder if it's more annoying or fun. I don't know. I mean, I think it's fun. I like it. I mean, Kirby Star Allies is literally about you playing as Kirby and having along every single friend he's made throughout all of his adventures to help you fight Void Termina. And eventually, hopefully, befriend Void Termina.
You're not getting to the Eldritch Horror that is Void Termina.
Which Void Termina is a literal Eldritch God in that franchise. So he even tried to befriend the Eldritch God of that franchise. One of them, anyway. Well, I mean, the one that we know.
Nightmare's also an Eldritch God.
What was that?
Nightmare's also an Eldritch God.
Yeah, he's a god of nightmares, yeah. That's why I like the game the most. Yeah, I do too. He's like, to me, saying Kirby is a paragon of good is an understatement. He's just like as good as you could possibly be. But that makes sense given the fact that he's literally created and fueled by positive energy. It's literally in his nature to be this good. Because he's literally just born and made of the stuff of good. Yeah, basically. Kirby is... yeah, true. I forgot about that quote. Kirby is shaped like a friend. Like a capybara. Yeah. That's a quote that's often said throughout a lot of Kirby games, is that Kirby is shaped like a friend.
I love it.
Yeah. Wait, is it good energy or just positive energy? Because it depends. It's specifically stated to be positive energy, I believe. Though it's also stated to be goodness, so it's actually been stated to be both before. In the Kirby franchise, it seems that positive energy and goodness is the same thing. Yeah. By comparison, the ship's helm was destroyed in the battle. We're now adrift at sea. The ship drifted off course, lost at sea. What will become of the Shining Force? Wait. Chapter 5, Gateway to the Hidden Shrine, ends. Do you want to record your exploits so far? Yes. Quick save. Save. Chapter 6, Descendant of the Sacred Dragons. The Shining Force finally reached the port of Rouge, far from prompt. I woke up in the bed. This is where we're going to get to recruit Blue to our team. Blue the Dragon. And no, I'm not kidding. Sorry, you saying?
Loud.
Yeah. Alright, who are you? You're up! You're up! You have... I can't do little girl voices, I'm sorry. You're up! You're half dead when you got here. Glad you're feeling better. Be sure to see Karen before you leave. You're in Rouge, by the way. Yes, her name is Karen. She's this little girl right here. To be fair, she doesn't have blonde hair, she has red hair. Do
God
not
damn
eat
it.
cat food. Sorry, what?
God damn it.
Yeah. Evidently, this sign says, do not eat cat food. Good advice.
But I wanna.
The history of Rouge Village, dragons and people, and many more books. This is one of my favorite chapters in the game. Chapter 3 and Chapter 6 are my favorites. Healthy eating, kids' wisdom, and many more books. So, this is a colony, I believe, ran by children, is the entire gimmick. It's entirely made up of children. Which is why the mayor here is also a child. I am Karen. We need your help. To the eastern town is town of Dragonia. The army is near Dragonia, but Blue is all alone in the village. And he's our friend, a baby sacred dragon. Please help Dragonia and Blue. Sure. Oh, recruit. I like Blue Draconics. Why wouldn't I want it? I believe the shop? Yeah, the priest and the shopkeepers are still adults, so. I wish they made kid versions of the sprites just for these, but they did not. There's also, I think if I remember, a place where we get like a major upgrade in our equipment. Wrong shop. Yeah, shop. Yeah, okay, now I remember. Yeah, we get major upgrades because we get the Chrome Lance and the Guardian Staff. The Battle Axe is not as good as the Heat Axe, but the Chrome Lance and the Guardian Staff are the big things. Because the Chrome Lance is a direct upgrade of the Steel Lance, and you see how many people in our force currently use the Steel Lance. And then the Guardian Staff is a direct upgrade of the Power Staff. Which, you can see how many people in our thing use that, which is 4.
Oh gosh.
Not that. Alright, let's go ahead and sell some equipment. So, that's all. I just want to do the explanation. By the way, what is a capybara? I do not know. Fox, what's a capybara?
Capybaras are like tapirs. But with more fur.
Oh, okay.
So basically, they're calling them fluffy and soft and cuddly.
Giant rodent to be symbol. The rodents. Got it. Rodents of extraordinary size. Either way, yeah. I like to just call him a pink marshmallow. That to me is what Kirby is, a pink marshmallow. I know he's technically not made of marshmallow, but might as well be. Puffball works too, more in the sense of a cake pop. Yeah, and in game he's often sometimes called a puffball. So he's not more like a cell or something. Like the size of a big dog, just has short legs. Yeah. Well, I mean, we kind of have an idea of what it would feel like to touch Kirby because of the fact that we've seen, like, I remember, I think it was the Smash reveal trailer for, oh, it was one of the characters for Ultimate, but I remember at one point Mario basically, like, tapped Kirby multiple times and we saw his body react in a certain way to where it basically looks like touching Kirby would feel similar to touching a water balloon. In terms of how his body reacted to Mario touching him. Or, sorry, not Mario. It was the Rosalina reveal trailer, and it was Luma touching him. That's what it was. Do you remember that one, Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah. He basically looked like he reacted similar to a water balloon, which honestly doesn't feel that bad, given how squishy water balloons are. Give one to you. Oh, I didn't want to buy a steel sword. Boy says, the reason the capybara are friend-shaped thing is because you can find other animals just chilling around them quite often. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I did not know that. Yeah. I am not the resident biologist here. That would be Fox. So.
Name.
Speaking of biology, by the way, did you know that all of those people that you see on horseback aren't actually knights on horses? They are just centaurs. Our entire forest
Because of a
has...
symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, a lot of our forest just straight up has centaurs in it, which is kind of cool.
I was answering Rav. You don't attack because of a symbiotic relationship.
That's why. Yeah. It's the same reason why small fish hang around sharks. Is the small fish basically keep certain things off of the shark, and in exchange they get some of the leftover food from the shark. It's just an example of one creature using another creature's presence for defense and also to get meals. Yep. I think the sharks allow it because it keeps them clean or something, if I remember correctly.
It cleans them of parasites.
Yeah, it cleans them of parasites. That's what it was. I couldn't remember. That's why I said it that way, because I figured you were dancing. Capybara are herbivores, anyways. Yeah, fair. So they don't even eat animals. Bingo can't be equipped with anything. I almost never see that screen because I almost never try to equip someone with something that they can't be equipped with. Ravager says, weird, usually survival of the fittest feels like what always happens. I know, yes, good symbiotic relationships, but well, it's happened sometimes. Sometimes you can survive by just having a big fish hanging around with you, even if you're a small fish. Also, I think this is the first instance of a farm that we've seen in this game. They're pretty rare, surprisingly. So, there's a certain character we can recruit at the top of this building.
Oh?
This guy! He's also a centaur, but he's a centaur wielding a bazooka. No, I'm not kidding. He's a centaur wielding a bazooka. Hi, nice to see another stranger in town. By the way, are you Max? Yes. Great, I'm Lyle, and I've been looking for you. I'm joining you to fight evil. Lyle joins the Shining Force. You won't regret it. I'll wait at headquarters. So yes, now we have a centaur with a bazooka on our team.
I won't question it.
This game has had weirder. Where is he? There he is. Yeah, let's get a side view. I told you, it's a long tube. What? Sorry, I fell asleep there for a while. I'm ready to go. Okay. Let's go recruit him onto the team. Though one of the most known pictures of a capybara is one chilling next to either a crocodile or an alligator. Yeah. That sounds about right for a Kirby style thing. Let's see if we can promote him. I don't know if we can. No, we cannot. Not yet. Woods and mountains are difficult terrains. Plan your attack carefully. Oh, we're gonna have to deal with woods and mountains. Okay. Swap something. Where's the dude? Okay, wow. Swap him in. Who's highest level here besides Max? That would probably be one of you two, so I guess Court. Nope. Yeah. Do 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 do. Discovers a healing seed. Discovers a holy staff. Oh, I forgot we get a holy staff here. Cool. This is even better than the guardian staff. But if I remember correctly, only healers can use a holy staff in this game? It's a weird restriction, but only healers can. Yeah. Does more damage, though. Nice. Also, yes, this girl is following around this chicken.
Once again, don't question life. Life is weird.
Yeah. What's this? It's actually kind of funny. Chicken will keep going. Now the chicken's right behind her, and now watch what happens when I move out of the way. Whee. It goes around the same path just to catch up. Just find that button. Okay. Oh, right. I'm heading to the battle. The only bad thing I'd say about staves here is the fact that they don't actually affect magic in this game, which is kind of dumb because they're meant to, but they don't. Heave-ho! 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 I made a barricade to keep the adults out, but you can't get out until I open it up. Oh. What? Wait, I can't leave. What do I do? How about we leave just... Do I have a way to leave town? Or something? Don't tell me I'm getting lost. I'm supposed to know this game like the back of my head. That's entirely the point. What's this? Why is there an enemy in here? Grr. Be quiet, Brit! He's a guest! Oh, it's a little girl. Who are you? Brit? Oh, he's my pet. I'm Corinne. Karen's sister. Okay, we have Karen's sister now. I know lots of stuff. I read all these old books. This book has some great stuff in it. Should I tell you about it? Sure, I guess. Ravager says, here says, no, yeah. Ravager says, I'm confused why Kirby has only able upgrade powers in this game and how that works. Well, first off, this is not the only game where you can upgrade powers. However, the way it works in this game is that basically there's a builder Waddle Dee that just upgrades them based off of blueprints that he finds in the Forgotten Lands. Basically, you need to find blueprints in the Forgotten Lands that he then uses to upgrade your powers. So the theory is the reason why you haven't done this before is for the simple fact of you didn't have the blueprints. It's not that you couldn't do it, you just didn't know how, and Kirby didn't care. I haven't seen these power upgrades.
That's a lot of reasoning behind this, and once again, this is where I kind of got Raiju's personality from.
Well, the upgrades I was talking about before was in Return to Dreamland, you could get some of the Ultra power-ups, which you got from Ultra enemies. And then in Kirby 64, you could suck up to 2 powers and then combine them together into a special effect based off
Same
of
thing with
which
Squeak
2...
Squad.
What?
Same thing with Squeak Squad.
And then, yeah, in Squeak's... Well, in Squeak Squad, you could store up to 5 powers. But...
And you can combine them.
Yeah, but then you just get a random result. It's not like
Sometimes you can make fire swords.
Oh, right. I forgot you could make combinations in Squeak Squad as well. I forgot about that. Okay, well, if you don't count those, then... Yeah, this is the first time he's had upgrade saved. And it's because of the fact that the blueprint system. So, yeah. The book has some great stuff in it. Should I tell you about it? Sure. The Manual of the Seal is a book that contains several chants. One of these breaks the seal on Dark Dragon. Another renews the seal. The ancients used the second chant to bind Dark Dragon 1,000 years ago. The manual has been guarded by the sacred dragons for centuries. You must go to Dragonia to try and stop Dark Soul from taking the manual. Blue cannot do it on his own. Ah, so Blue requires help. Okay. Will the kid be done pushing his rocks, though? Because otherwise I'm stuck here. Okay, oh, it looks like the kid's nearly done. Also, I'm curious, what's up with this? What the... Kid... Oh, stand still, kid. Why are you doing this? Hey, don't bother me! Can't you see that I'm busy? Chasing a chicken? Why are you busy doing this? I don't understand. Sure, you're really busy. Kid, get out of the way so I can actually walk up there. Thank you. Get out of my way, please. Heave, heave. Ah. What timing? I'm about to remove the last of the rocks. Heave ho, heave ho. Heave, heave. Moved them out of the way, now we can leave. That's combining or temporary boost. Revenue says, and then why can you get the upgrade power-ups from the normal enemies? Even though they should only have their normal powers, unless Kirby stores an upgrade one at all times. Do you get them from the upgraded enemies because of the fact that those enemies are upgraded and you're copying their power?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, if the enemy is upgraded and you copy their power, then you get their power. These Guardiana fools must be stopped. Fiend's mission is vital. Attack! X, you must quickly break through to Dragonia. So, this mission doesn't seem that hard, right? There's only some artillery here and then these guys. There's not even that many enemies. Well, the gimmick of this fight, which we'll see pretty soon, is one you might be able to guess. Carry the guess box before it shows up.
Is it time sensitive?
Not quite time sensitive, no. It is tile sensitive, though, for after I move on to a certain tile.
Oh, the floor can break, can it?
You'll see. That is your guess that the floor will break?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Oh, I forgot she's poisoned. I need to heal her poison. What do you equip with anyway? Open air. And Joker. Please detox her. Wait, what? So are the enemies already upgraded, or do we accidentally upgrade them? If you're talking about boss enemies, then they're already upgraded. Or wait, oh, you're talking about getting upgraded power-ups from enemies that you have unlocked the upgrades from? What that basically means is that since you've unlocked the upgrades from them, sorry, if you've already unlocked the blueprint that gives you the upgrades, now whenever you gain that power, you just automatically upgrade that power in the field just because of the fact that you already know how to use it in this other way. I don't know. That's a game mechanic thing. And I don't question game mechanics all that much. Just because, to me, that's less of a lore thing and more of a convenience for the player thing. You get what I mean?
Yep.
Because, as I said before, technically Kirby in lore doesn't even have to use up, quote-unquote, his powers that he stores inside of him. He just always has them available that he could use at any time. He just, in gameplay, doesn't do that. He's actually getting hurt, surprisingly a large amount. Heal, please. So technically Kirby got better at using these new world power-ups. Basically, yeah. Christmas level increased to 5. So yeah, that's why I asked. Does he attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 3. Speed increases by 5. Maximum hit points increases by 2. Maximum magic points increases by 6. Ravager says, so yeah, that's why I asked. Did he just keep an upgrade 1 in him at all times? But he did respond to that a bit. Yeah, in lore, he always keeps power-ups inside of him. In gameplay-wise, he does not. These artillery surprisingly hit hard. I'd say that, and then it misses. Let's watch this guy in action. Fire. Might have seemed unimpressive for now, but trust me, we'll get a assault shell later, and then it will look better. Because in this game, the attack animation in a lot of cases is determined by the weapon as much as by the class. So since he's only equipped with an elven arrow, it's using an arrow animation. There, Max did a lot of damage. Anyway, anything else you two want to talk about?
So we already told you the fact that we're gonna trade scales. Did we Dragon Fortune the staff that I'm gonna get?
Right.
I'm thinking.
Not that I can think of, just waiting on Surtur for a reveal. Oh? Is Surtur supposed to join? Hold on. Let me check Discord for a second. I'm getting a message from my wife anyway, so. Okay. So, that. Kirby. Dreamland. There we go. I'm not sure when Surtur's going to join this thing, so that's what I'm just wondering. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, honestly. I thought the twist of this map would have happened by now. Maybe it's not going to happen this time. Maybe it's just going to make me look like a fool.
You were hyping it up. Eh.
I'm a DM. There we go. Yeah, enemies are waiting in ambush. So yeah, Master Mage appeared. Master Mage appeared. Master Mage appeared. Worm appeared. Worm appeared. Worm appeared. Now there's new enemies showing up.
Hello?
Hello! How you doing, Ennio?
Alright, I just need to check something because before I go into Master Duels, and Bugger says that you're online.
Yeah, I accidentally forgot to change the stream title when I first did it, and I changed it after I was already alive, so I'm technically doing Shining Force today, not Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Apologies.
No, I'm just confused because I'm getting an invite from you on Master Duels. It says that you're in a friend room.
What?
Weird. That must have been the one lingering from yesterday.
Oh, alright, well, just thought I'd let you know because I was very confused about it.
Okay, sorry.
It's fine, don't worry, I was just more confused than anything.
Okay, yeah, I tend to have a habit that when I invite...
talk to you guys later.
Oh, what was that?
No, I was just saying, I'll talk to you later. Talk to you on Friday, not Friday, Saturday, Fox and Xander.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that was interesting.
That was a thing!
That was definitely a thing. So, the reason why that happened is because whenever I send out, like, invites for people, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I can just send it to my entire friends list. If that makes sense. Kirby gets a great sword! Yep. I don't know why you said that, Roger, but yes, he did. He does indeed get a great sword. Favorite weapon? He basically gets, one of his upgraded swords is basically the Berserker sword, which I really like. Ah, you like great swords. Yeah, he basically gets Dragon Slayer as one of his things, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Kirby wielding Dragon Slayer is something I never thought I'd see, but I enjoyed seeing it.
It's a thing now. Right.
So is Kirby with a gun.
It's a thing now. Originally canon, Kirby has a gun.
Yep. Baby with a gun is a great sword. See it more as MH great sword. Well, yeah. Also, now look, our Chrome Lance is red instead of silver. Which is funny because it's supposed to be chrome, but whatever. It's red, don't question it. They wanted to make it unique and look cool, so they just made it red. It's like, whatever. Also, yes, these are giant worms that we're breeding. You know what? I need some more water. I'll be back.
Enjoy.
Yep. We go ahead and delete that, and I'll leave you guys with the game music at least, so that we have something to listen to while I'm gone. I am back.
Welcome back.
I trust no one got in trouble while I was gone.
Maybe.
It seemed like nothing happened. By the way, if you're wondering how I'm playing this game right now, you can go to Steam and there's something called the Sega Genesis Classic Collections, or called the Sega Classic Collection. And in that, there's a multitude of games that you can buy, and they're usually like, you can buy them either individually for $1, which you can buy Shining Force right now for $1 on Steam. It's really cheap, and there's also Shining Force 2. Or if you buy the entire pack of like 50 plus Genesis games, then you get them for like a discount. You get them for like, I think all of them for like $25 or something like that. And then you also automatically gain any new ones that come out that they release. Yeah, it's honestly a really good deal. So if you at home want to play Shining Force or try out Shining Force 1 and 2, or even Shining in the Darkness. Just go buy the Sega Classic Collection, or just buy these games individually for like $1 each. Honestly,
bye.
it's worth the experience, in my opinion. I think, honestly, that you would get $1 worth of entertainment out of this game very easily, even if you don't even like the game. You say something?
I just like, get it today. Bye.
Right. I'm not sponsored by Sega, by the way. I'm just saying that, honestly, I think people should give it a shot, just because, you know, I think it's worth $1 in terms of things. And honestly, I'd probably pay $5 for this game. That's just me. I have attachment to this game. Not everyone does. I've never played Shining in the Darkness, but I only mention it because it's also part of the series. However, from what I have heard, Shining in the Darkness is very different compared to Shining Force, but also is the precursor to Shining Force. So. Yep. Actually, do you guys want to hear about what my metric is for determining whether or not a game is worth its price? That could be something I can ramble on about for like a half hour to an hour. Basically, I go off of the quarter method. If you don't know, you guys all know what arcade rooms and arcade cabinets are, right?
Much.
Okay. Well, let's just assume for a moment, for the sake of argument, that if you put in a quarter into an arcade cabinet, you could get, let's say, a half hour of gameplay. If you're pretty good at a game, you could probably get about a half hour of gameplay, maybe even an hour, but let's go with a half hour. Okay. So you put a quarter in there. So that means that a quarter is worth a half hour of entertainment. Okay. That means that you can then take that and then extrapolate it to video games. So if it's a $50 video game, that means that it would be, it would have to be worth, let's see, so 200, it had to be worth 100 hours of gameplay. Based off of that metric. Because of the fact that it's made up of, let's say it's a $50 game, then it's made up of 200 quarters, and then if you divide that by 30 minutes, if you divide that in half, that's 100 hours, because 30 minutes is half an hour. Now, of course, that's a pretty steep metric, but, you know, if you're paying $50 for a game, you should be able to get a decent amount of experience. However, if you go off of, you know, like, oh, a quarter gets you an hour of entertainment, then it's even better, because a quarter then, actually, it's, if you, and that's assuming, by the way, that you get an entire half hour. If you only get, let's say, 15 minutes, then you only need to get about 50 hours of gameplay out of a $50 game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the method that I use. I usually use the whole quarter equals half-hour gameplay. So, in this case, for Shining Force to be worth it, you would need to get basically an hour of gameplay out of it, of just having fun. Which, honestly, I think you could do. 2 hours of gameplay. Yeah, you need to get 2 hours of fun gameplay out of Shining Force for it to be worth the $1 price, which, in my opinion, it is. I don't know, what do you guys think about that metric?
I like it.
It's simple. I like having simple formulas that I can just scale up as much as I want to. That's why when I was going over, like, how much can you sell furniture for in Dungeons and Dragons, I just picked a metric and went, okay, let's just go based off the poundage of the furniture when it comes to wood. Because if we just go off that, then you can scale it to any size furniture. You just go off of how much it weighs. And finding furniture weight was as simple as a Google search. Haha! Jogurt just leveled up. Except it appears he didn't actually level up. Meaning now we don't have to use Jogurt anymore, because we just got the Jogurt ring.
Yay!
Okay, so I'm going to egress out of this fight as soon as I'm able to. Yeah, let's egress out, because I want to show this off. So you notice I don't really have the Jogurt ring in my inventory. I don't think. Okay. Nope, no one has it. But if we go to the shop, first off, I need to sell my Guardian's deck anyway. Well, here. Oh. Sell. Nope, nothing else to sell. Wait, what? Oh wait, hold on. Is it in the other place? It might be in the other place. I have some great stuff here. See anything you like? Right here, yogurt ring. This is the other stuff I sold before, but the yogurt ring. We can buy it for 39 coins. Yeah, I'll take it. Using good health, my friends. So, watch what happens when I equip the yogurt ring onto Max. Oh, hey, seemingly nothing happened, right? Okay. Well, what happens if I... Wait a minute. Look at Max. For reference, Jobert's down here. This is what Max now looks like while he has the ring on. And if we move here, oh hey, now I'm controlling this. Now I am a walking hamster with a helmet. So yeah, this is what the yogurt ring does. It's so dumb. All the hamster with helmet action you could ever want and never want. Is this everything that you wanted, Fox?
Yes.
Oh, Max, are you ready to face the enemy? Don't I look ready? Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Surtur. You made it in time for Max turned into Joker.
Yeah, I felt like I had good timing on that one.
Yeah. The reason why is because we finally got access to the yogurt ring, which you get that by causing Joker to level up and then go buy it from the shop. And anyone you equip it to turns into yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
You could technically keep doing that to turn your entire force into Joker.
The Joker army is approaching.
Right? So Zokar has mentioned multiple times now that there was some big reveal you wanted to do.
Yeah, for a rare time after you left, I ended up being in the voice call with the other person for way longer than usually.
Okay, and how'd that go?
At some point, Zokrai pointed out to me that hey, it's like 12:30 a.m. Maybe we should go to sleep soon.
Right.
So we went for like 2 hours and a half.
Cool. That was fun.
And yeah, we started off obviously talking about D&D.
Yep.
Because that's what we were there for at first. And
and
slowly we start thinking about what we were going to do in downtime. And we're like, we can probably always. And then I think I told that one to you before, but I'm like, well, since long resting always remove a level of exhaustion, you can pretty much always train 9 hours each day.
Yeah.
You know, like with the fact that I have +4 in Constitution, I can always go for a 10 because, well, even if I roll a 1 on the first check, I get at least a 5.
Yeah. and meets it, beats it.
Yeah, and he's like, well, I only have a +3, and then we go on, and okay, it's probably not going to happen often, but given the amount of days you're going to train, it's probably going to happen once or twice that you're going to have to stop at the 9th hour or risk getting 2 levels in one day, which is probably not something you want. So we continue and continue trying to see how we can min-max out of it, and then I came up with the stupid idea of, hey, what if you were to somehow gain immunity to exhaustion? What would happen?
Oh, and that's when I assume Dread comes in?
Yeah, because funny enough, we went through hoops and the thing and finding, okay, does something have immunity to exhaustion? Oh, there's elementals and such, and okay, technically a circle of the moon druid that's high level enough can wild shape into an elemental and keep their mental stats. So maybe they could. So we're just going through crazy shit like that.
Right.
And at some point, we're like, oh, and homunculus also has immunity to exhaustion. It took like 30 minutes until we realized that. It was so silly.
Yeah. And then, oh, hey, that means that Dread is immune to exhaustion. And Dread just gained a bunch of skills, didn't he?
That was a fun one.
So...
Yeah, it's like, and the way that we phrase it is like, I think, the way that I think we ended up phrasing it is like, okay, we were trying to min-max it with like, okay, maybe 10 hours a day, but I feel that when we're trying to gain immunity to exhaustion, we're not trying to min-max it. At this point, we're trying to break the system.
Yeah, you're trying to break the system. And honestly, I'm having fun.
I'm wanting to learn more.
I'm having fun watching you guys try. Because honestly,
I'm trying
again,
to think of how I can abuse this.
I'm the type of person that if you give me a logical argument for something and it seems reasonable, I'll usually allow it.
Yeah, and but sometimes it just breaks things completely, and it's funny.
Right?
I'm starting to craft a plan.
So, I already have an idea based off of that. What's stopping Dread from just making magic items 24/7?
I guess material costs.
That's why I did ask, what is stopping it? So, that was a genuine question. They didn't remember. So yeah, material costs. Also, there's another thing to consider, and that's the fact that Dread could train other people in things. And no matter how much heavy training he does, it doesn't matter because he's immune to exhaustion.
No matter how many training he does to others, so the trainer also has to worry about exhaustion?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why, for example, when Hoonari and Cadmus are doing their training for subclasses, it's why they can't just teach each other over the course of the same 8 weeks.
Oh yeah, because clearly if there wasn't exhaustion for a teacher, they could do it to each other on the same day because 8 hours, long rest.
Right.
I want to DM you an idea, and I want to see if this is a logical argument.
Well, because my reasoning as to why it was also heavy activity to teach someone else is not only are they intensively focusing and learning on a specific skill, but also you're intensively focusing on making sure they understand and helping them where they don't.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's like a one-on-one time for 8 hours where that's all you do for those 8 hours. That's kind of the idea of why it's like heavy activity for both of them.
Yeah.
What do you think? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it makes some sense, although it's weird that you can train 5 people at once with the fact that it's a heavy activity even for
This is my logical argument.
Alright, you DM'd it. I was waiting for you to say it out loud, and then I'm like, wait, he DM'd it.
You know how I can to do and subsidy I mean, I don't get what you're saying. So you're basically just saying training 8 hours and then long rest and then training 8 more hours or something?
Yes.
What's stopping you is one of the things that I ask is that for every 8 hours of heavy activity, you also have 8 hours of light activity, in addition to a long rest.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. He basically was like, hey, can I just train, rest, train, rest, train, rest? And I'm like, that's pretty intensive now. That's too much for the body. Okay. What was your question, Surtur? I got distracted by Fox saying that.
Nah, it's fine. It's just that I forgot that Fox had DM'd it to you, the question to you. So when he said, "Here's my question," I just stopped speaking, waiting for Fox to say it out loud. I'm like, "Wait, he DM'd it."
Right. What was the question you had before that, then? I remember you talked about something before that.
Yeah, I asked I asked about the teacher having to worry about exhaustion as well when teaching.
The teaching 5 people at once thing. That's what it was. Yeah. I figured that, you know how, like, martial arts teachers can teach an entire class of people?
Yeah.
That was basically the reasoning I was going off of there, was that, they'd be teaching an entire class in this case. You know? It's like, they can still give the same instructions in one-on-one time and everything, and they don't necessarily need to do it one-on-one. They can do it to a bunch of people at once.
Okay.
That was my reason.
And then, in classical fashion, there was a tiny tangent that started after that when we were trying to go back a bit to the stuff that we can actually do, because we can't polymorph into something that has immunity to exhaustion or something like that.
Yeah.
So we went back into more realistic stuff that we could do. Then we ended up doing a small tangent, and then another tangent, and then another tangent, then another tangent, like it usually usually happens with the two of us.
Yep.
And then at some point we're like 7 tangents deep, and then it's 12:30 a.m. Maybe we should stop.
Train of thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speed running a racetrack in this pain Kirby. Yeah. I was reading what Ravager is saying in Twitch chat. If you're wondering, Ravager is currently speaking in Twitch chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Okay.
Even though you have the screen focused on Discord, I'd assume, because the text is not showing on the right, but I still have the stream open so I can see what he's saying.
I do not have it focused on.
Or they are saying. I don't know who. I don't know Ravager unless it's like Zokrai's account with another name. Okay.
It is Zokrai. That's why I'm saying that that is who Zokrai is.
Okay. Oh yeah. Because one thing led, because one of the tangents that I managed to get through actually was like the second tangent, because I ended up doing heavy math for something and calculating the probability. Then we ended up, do you like doing math basically? A lot, and I'm like, yeah, I think the. Say that, please.
Like an animal scratching at your door.
Sorry, I didn't realize someone.
I thought that was you tapping on the keyboard.
Let the dog in my room, and then he starts scratching the floor.
I'm sorry, Bog. I thought that was you tapping on the keyboard.
Nope, that was not. Fox Warrior, Rav, I just tend to call Xander. Okay. Also, this is evidently the first time you've typed in my Twitch chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Once again, I don't want to interrupt people's words, so I tend to do stuff like that.
Is it still not showing up, Surtur?
Nope, it's not.
Okay, let me try doing this. Is it showing up now?
Still not.
Weird. So it's not doing it from last time. 'Cause last time it didn't. If I clicked away from Discord, it brought it back.
Noticed.
Wait, now it's doing it?
Maybe it took a few seconds to reload or something. I don't know.
I clicked on OBS before and it wasn't doing it. Why clicking on OBS now did it? I have no idea. Whatever. It's being annoying.
And now it went bye-bye.
Wait, so while I have Shining Force in focus, it doesn't work.
Okay.
That's dumb. Well, whatever. I guess you're not going to be able to see OBS. You're just going to have to watch Shining Force directly.
Okay.
There.
But yeah, one thing led to another, and we went from doing math to then, oh hey, you tend to focus a lot when you're on math. And I'm like, yeah, I think randomly doing math and suddenly focusing on it is like probably the second or third that I start. And then, okay, what's the first one? It's contradictions. You can guess how we ended up with an hour and a half of tangents after when contradictions came into play.
Right. Okay, and I wonder how that conversation went about contradictions.
It was fun. I got the chance to retell a bunch of the contradictions that I've told a couple of times before, like the word contract one, for example, or that time that one of the questions that came in is, so how does it matter that the person that broke the rule is the big boss's daughter? I still want to report her to the discipline team.
Yeah. Which one was the one that Zokai answered that didn't have an answer before?
Okay. The one where I ask why race is bad, why using race for giving less or more people is bad, then I move to religion, then I move to inheriting money / a company from your parents.
Okay. And what answer did he give?
Well, it's more so that I was giving, it's that when you're not going into the extremes, it would be hard for, I guess, people to advance because they'd always start with nothing.
Right.
So yeah, I can agree to normally being wrong, but I do feel there is a line that's where at that point where it's like, maybe you shouldn't be inheriting all of those things.
Right. You know what that made me think about, though, now that you mentioned that the two things that you focus on a lot are contradictions and math.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go into a career as a mathematician. Honestly, if it's the only thing that you can focus on and have fun with, why not make that your career? Because that would solve the career problem that you always talk about.
I'm honestly more interested in checking how contradictions work and how people, like how many people can reach completely different conclusion with the exact same data. Like the example that I often refer to is the one with when I talked to one of my colleagues about, oh hey, this person broke a rule. Do you happen to know how I can report them to the discipline team? And they asked me what it was, who it was, and when they learned that it was the daughter's kids for some reason, they decided that it wasn't a good idea, even though they were literally asking people to break a rule. And I was like, well, I don't know where you come with the conclusion that this is not a good idea. They broke the rule. What we're supposed to do is to report it to the discipline team. There is no, if it's the daughter exception, written anywhere as far as I know.
Right.
So I am interested in, I guess,
psychiatry? That sounds like psychiatry to me.
I don't know. I'm trying to find the best words for it. Basically, what makes people value different parts of a situation in completely different ways.
Again, that sounds like psychiatry to me.
Yeah, I am interested in it. It's actually how I realized that I was interested in it.
Right. Well, that's actually something that I study as a hobby, is psychiatry. So that, I guess, partly also explains why we get along so well, is we both have a similar interest in that.
I just didn't realize really that I had an interest in it until recently.
Right. Well, now you know.
Yeah.
So is that the big reveal about Dread, or is it something else?
It was the immunity to exhaustion thing that we're like, wait, does it just break the entire team?
I mean, yeah, it basically means that Dread can just keep going 24/7, practically. Also, have you heard about the fact that Zokai is basically just planning on making Dread a gun?
No, I didn't hear that one because we went into a bunch of tangents after pretty much 5 minutes after realizing the pretty much infinite training. Well, the training all the time for if you're immune to exhaustion.
Right. Fox, you've been pretty quiet. What are you thinking about?
I feel like once I get Moonshroot, I can have some plans with this and have some fun with it.
Yeah, because
Did I? No!
yeah, I can see a circle of the moon druid once they can wild shape into an elemental, because elementals are immune to exhaustion. I can see some. I can see an argument of the druid being able to train like mental things, because I believe you keep your mental stats, your mental stats when you wild shape. You don't. If you wild shape into a dog, your intelligence doesn't become 2.
Right, exactly. That's different than polymorph, but yeah. In polymorph, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, polymorph, the argument is a bit harder to make because it's not your stats. But,
right. But polymorph does basically, I don't remember its exact wording, but it basically says you can generally control your stuff and you understand basics like friend or foe. Either way.
I don't think so, but yeah, I guess it's not something that we really need to check until someone at least gets to the level where they can learn polymorph.
Well, you say that, but someone already is at the level where they can summon pixies and try to turn their friends into polymorph. Remember that?
I thought that was an NPC.
That was a Archfey NPC working for Jaden that summoned a pixie, and the pixie tried doing it.
No, and I guess it would be hard to train in anything with polymorph because, as Zokrai points out, it only lasts an hour, so you'd have to.
Yeah.
You pretty much have to You pretty much have to have at least 8 spell slots for each to cast polymorph with.
Yeah, it'd also be hard to train with Wild Shape, though, because Wild Shapes only last a number of hours equal to your Druid level.
I mean...
Unless you're planning on, like, training 8 hours and then Wild Shaping and then training, like, 8 more, and then training more hours in that Wild Shape form. Though, granted, if it's Circle of the Moon, that means that, what, you're, like, level 10 by the time you can turn into an Elemental?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Meaning that you could do 16 hours in one day, reasonably.
Mm-hmm.
Though, again, there would still be normal resting issues at a certain point, but when you're outside of it. Well, I wonder, okay, because here's something to consider. The elemental form is immune to exhaustion, but when you drop out of the elemental form, would you suddenly gain all of that exhaustion?
Or, at the very least, count it as time that you spent awake, even though you were in a form that doesn't care about never sleeping.
Right. Because I'm now imagining that, let's say you did 8 hours in elemental form, and you rolled exhaustion, do the thing. Okay, you rolled exhaustion. It's like, oh hey, you got, let's say, 4 levels of exhaustion. Well, the elemental's immune to those, so that's fine. But then you drop back to regular form, and now suddenly your regular form has 4 levels of exhaustion. That'd be interesting. I don't know. Because I know that HP damage, if it's accessing over 0, does carry over. But I don't know if status conditions carry over. Because technically exhaustion is a status condition. Like, does poison, for example, carry over?
I guess, yeah, that would be the most consistent way to do it? Question mark?
I don't know if well, yeah, I'm asking the question because I honestly don't remember if it does or not. I haven't looked at the wild shape thing in a while.
Yeah.
Fox Sawyer, is there a reason why you're presenting these questions in DMs and not in voice channel text?
I don't know why I'm not. There's no reason.
I would go ahead and just post it in voice channel text. That way, potentially, someone other than me can also answer it too. Because I'm also talking to these two as well. If it does, then screw the exploit. If it doesn't, then we can use that. I'll have to look into it and see for myself. Also, it's weird seeing Joker, quote-unquote, hitting for 27 damage. I forgot that wasn't Joker, that's Max. It's so silly. Yeah, in case you forget, this is our main character. This is not actually Joker. Alright, so what was your question? Question bug. Would Zokurai, Dragon 14, the Ironwood Staff, /Jurkonk, Druid Focus, Cathangus, Taz with Endless Dragon Scales, Cathangus giving his skills to Zokurai, Dragon 14, one of his stuff, cast heavy RP. So what you're asking is, would exchanging items be heavy RP? No? As long as it's like, oh hey.
Item / him dragon forging one of mine.
I don't get why you're specifying it that way, because I don't see what the relevance of that is.
I just wanted to make sure that way when it happens next session, it doesn't seem like random.
If it's heavy RP, to me, usually heavy RP is, are you two having a conversation during it? Because if so, then it's heavy roleplay, yes. But if not, then no, it's not. You know what I mean?
Hmm?
Yeah. Sadly, I can't look up the wild shape thing right now. I'll look that up and,
Hold on, I'm gonna look up the wild shape.
Yeah. Because I know damage carries over, but I don't know if stats effects do. I'm leaning towards stats effects do not carry over.
I mean, even if they carry over, it's not exactly carrying over. It's okay if a thing can poison you, like if a spider tries to poison, I don't know. If they hit you, you need to make a con save or get poisoned. If you fail a con save, but you wild shape into something that can't be poisoned, and let's say a round later, you get hit hard enough to lose all your hit points, I don't think the poison suddenly magically reapplies, because now you're not a creature that's immune to it.
Okay, so yeah, no, the exhaustion would not carry up. So yeah, you'd be immune to exhaustion while in your wild shaped form, and when you come back, you'd be back the way that you were before you wild shaped.
That's the thing that makes the most sense, is comparing it with if you fail a check to get a status condition that you're immune to, and then afterwards you lose your wild shape, does the condition suddenly appear?
Right. And as far as I understand, no.
There's
Still-
no rules technically written for it.
Yeah, there is no rules technically written for it, so that's up to DM interpretation, basically. and this makes the most sense to me. So that's what we're gonna run with, I guess.
So basically, a druid can basically extend how long they can go without having to risk an exhaustion by just turning their entirety of their wild shape length into something that can be exhausted. Okay.
Yep. Though do remember that I did improve druids a little bit by giving them more wild shapes.
You.
Because it used to be that wild shapes was just wait. The yogurt ring does something?
What?
I just noticed I can use the yogurt ring. What the fuck does it do? I guess I'll use it on Kokichi? What does this do? It uses the yogurt ring. Something happens to Kokichi. That seems one experience point.
What?
What?
Did it turn him into a joker?
Oh god, it did! It turned him into a yogurt! I didn't know it could do that! I got distracted. What?
You
So
can
PG is
cast
now-
polymorph into yogurt from the from the yogurt ring.
Right? He's now a flying yogurt. Because he kept his flying property while still being a yogurt.
The only thing that would be even more silly is if you can yogurt ring the enemies.
If you could use it on enemies, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yogurt attacks you! Yogurt uses fire breath. Wait, what? That's dumb. Okay. Sorry, what was I saying before that? I got completely derailed by yogurt.
You were saying that you buffed druid and gave them more wild shapes.
Oh, right. Normally, they get wild shape at level 2, and they only have access to 2 of them. However, I looked at the level 20 wild shape, and I go, wait. Level 20, you have unlimited wild shapes. Due to the Arch Druid trait. Why does it go from, like, 2 to unlimited? It seems a little weird.
There probably should be some sort of improvement over time to go from 2 to infinite.
Right. So instead, I made it so that you have a number of wild shapes equal to your level. So in this case, it's like, oh hey, you have like, if you're a level 4 druid, you have 4 wild shapes.
And each can go a number of hours equal to your druid level.
Yep. Yeah.
So the level 10 Circle of the Moon druid, always wild shaping into an elemental, can basically extend his time without having to long rest by up to 100 hours.
Basically, yeah. Though there is also a thing to consider of, can you still do what you're trying to do while also in an elemental form? Because
Yeah.
there's that weirdness too. But technically, yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
we
that
didn't
also
do,
makes
we
sense
didn't
because
consider
that allows
things like
just for
training a feat that requires a weapon or something, but we went like, well, if you keep your mental stats, can you still like read a book of magical knowledge as an elemental?
Realistically, yeah. What were you saying, Cathangus? I couldn't hear you because Serta was talking at the same time.
Oops, sorry.
I'm just saying that also fits because there's skills in druids which you just use a wild sheep.
Yeah.
More like more wild shapes equal like more chances to use that more wild shape to do that skill.
Right. I get you. Wow, golems are tough. A lot of my guys are only doing 1 damage to them.
To be golems are tough, but to be fair, they are golems.
Fair. I'm egressing out of here. I'm not having Max stay as a Jogurt when I beat this level. Getting this thing off of him. Yeah, Hey, I got some things to sell you, in particular a specific ring. Oh, a ring.
I thought it said sorry for a second. I thought it said sorry we can't take it. I'm like, oh.
But hey, I guess you learned that the ring can basically make other people become a joker.
Yeah, which is something I didn't remember. I probably knew it at some point. I just didn't remember. Let's make sure the heat axes are prepared. Yep. I have it right here. It's as good as new. Try not to damage it again, okay? No promises.
Try not to damage it. Try not to damage your axe again. What damage it? Hitting thing with an axe. So you're telling us to go to fight, but not use the axe to fight.
Okay, to be fair, damaging it in this case is specifically using the fire magic in the axe, but yeah. That's what was caused the damage. It was using the special property of the axe too many times.
Okay.
By the way, when an item is damaged, that means that then if you try to use it again while it's damaged, it breaks and goes away forever.
Oh, okay.
Amity?
Yeah. Also, fun fact, after you repeat this mission, the enemies just show up on the map from the beginning again. So they don't actually ambush you anymore after you repeat the mission. It's like, yeah, you know we're here.
That ambushed you. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, nah, you know we're here at this point. We're not going to bother ambushing you.
Which makes it weird because then it's like rewinding time, but it's not refreshing the knowledge of the goal. And another thing to add to the weird thing of how the heck does egress work?
Right? I have no fucking idea how the egress spell works.
I honestly think egress from Shiny Force might be confusing than the term turn in Hearthstone.
Yeah, fair. I think egress is more confusing than some aspects of Kingdom Hearts lore. Kingdom Hearts actually doesn't have that confusing of a story, in my opinion, but that's a different story. It just involves time and time traveling, and if you get confused by time and time traveling, then, well, okay then. Oh, first time viewer. Impadil. Want to become... Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's a bot.
Not really a viewer.
Yeah, go away, bot. I hear someone Michael Jackson in the background.
What?
I heard someone go hee hee in the background.
Nope, there's not someone that is playing this weird mod where one of the characters of a fighting game got basically all his lines replaced by Michael Jackson style.
Oh, I think I know which fighting game you're referring to. Okay, that just sounds like someone's farted in the background. Okay. Different topic. Any questions about Shiny Force, I guess? That sounds like a death sound from Lego Star Wars. Yeah, honestly. Voice channel text. Oh dear God, that's a wall of text. Oh, that's the wild shape text.
You asked how shape change works, so I posted it's wild shape.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And then I put at the end, so through the summary, Jogurt Ring is polymorph.
Except, unlike Polymorph, you keep your original statistics.
Thank God.
Right. Though I have always... There's so many funny shenanigans you can do with true Polymorph, especially if you're running a villain. Starter, have you ever heard about I forget what it's called. I think they called, like, the Furniture Demon villain in D&D?
Nope, I never heard of it.
Okay, it's not an actual like stat-blooded creature, but it's like a famous story of a dude who ran, of a DM who ran a specific kind of villain, and the gimmick of the villain was that, the heroes went up to like confront him and mentioned that we're going to defeat you, blah blah blah. We're going to stop your plans. You're not going to get away with this. All that sort of jazz. And the bad guy mentions everyone who's tried to do this before has disappeared and never been seen again. And one of the characters piped up and says, "Oh yeah, well what do you do with them all?" And the villain says, "Look around you. How much furniture is in this room?" And the plot twist is that every single piece of furniture in the room was actually a true polymorphed adventurer that got turned into a chair or a table.
So that's like that one SCP
Wow.
Yeah,
living room.
so that's how he gets rid of his enemies, is by true polymorphing them into objects and then using those objects to furnish his house. Not exactly the best idea, but damn, is it intimidating.
Yeah, because then once you know that, can't you just... Oh, it's true polymorph. They got permanently changed. Never mind.
Yeah, the change becomes permanent. Because it's not concentration anymore. However, if they drop to 0 hit points, they do revert back.
So can't like the wizard cast fireball on the table and chairs and just get like 6 adventurers to help fight the boss?
Potentially, yeah. Which I think is something that they ultimately end up doing. It's like the barbarian, after everyone was shocked, the barbarian just picked up a chair and threw it at him. And the Lich, the bad guy dude, swatted it away, and when he swatted it away, that did enough damage to break the chair. And so the dude just, like, the dude that was the chair now just flew into a wall and died. From falling damage.
That's silly.
It's very silly. Yeah, a character that's just so casually powerful that he can waste a 9th level spell just to turn you into a chair for his room.
That's fun.
It's a nice little gimmick for the big bad guy.
Indeed. Also, you are correct with your question, Cadengus.
I just want to ask so that if I turn into something with a burrow speed, I can.
Yep, you can. Because it only restricts you from flying speed and swimming speed, but not burrow speed or climbing speed. That's why you can turn into a spider as a level 2 druid.
I'm a fox. Start burrowing.
You can also turn into a mole as a level 2 druid.
Yeah, that reminds me of the... It somewhat reminds me of the time where I was like, man, why do legendary wizard enemies not even have a contingency set up?
Right?
But that's way more flavorful. I think that was more a specific gimmick to that character, and my complaint was more like, you're supposed to be legendary. How the hell do you not know? How the hell do you not have that?
Which is the reason why basically all of my villains who are high enough magic casters just have contingency.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. Not every wizard that can have access to this to 6th level wizard spell don't have a contingency set up. What I mind is when we reach like legendary enemies and they still don't have it. And
right.
They should reasonably know it. Like, I think I made the example, but I don't know if I said them on stream. I probably did.
Pasha?
Yeah, but like the Lich spends years sometime preparing a plan, but you're telling me that they can't spend like maybe a week or two trying to find a way to cast contingency and what they want to cast as a contingency.
Right, exactly.
Or even worse, in my opinion, is Tasha or Igwills, depending on how you want to call her.
Yeah. Tasha.
I went through like the list of crazy bullshit that she went through. She even has the wish spell. You're telling me that a person that got access to the wish spell and has found a way to never die from old age and never age anymore, and found a way to become an archfey.
Right.
So that one human wizard found a way to get all these three things, but they are either too ignorant somehow or too incompetent somehow to use wish cast contingency before long resting in a day where she didn't need to use wish.
Right. It's like, are you telling me she had to use wish every single day or something? I doubt that.
Yeah.
No, what that is just lazy writing.
Yeah. The only way I can see that making sense is contingency is a recent spell, more recent than the stat blocks of those two creatures. So that's the only thing that I can make sense of.
Yep. I believe even the stat block of Baba Yaga herself doesn't have contingency. Which is saying something because she's even higher up than Tasha.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there is a stat block for Baba Yaga now that I think about it. I know there was in 3.5. I don't know if there's one for 5th edition.
Yeah. But yeah, the fact that you brought up Baba Yaga makes me think that there has been 2 times that I was able to find in lore where Tasha was clearly defeated.
Yep.
And one of them came from an artifact created both by her and Baba Yaga as a joint effort. So I don't think that's really shameful.
Right.
And if you're curious, the other one was I think CR24 Demon Lord that occasionally try to defeat each other, almost like a Goku Vegeta thing.
Yeah, a pit feat.
And sometimes the Demon Lord wins. Sometimes Tasha wins and manages like capture the CR24 Demon Lord on her own.
Right, sometimes. And the fact that you can 1v1 a CR24 creature is saying something.
Yeah. I mean, you have Wish. I think there's a lot of things that you can do once you get access to Wish.
Yeah, which reminds me, you guys are kind of going to a high-level area in the current campaign, so do not be surprised to see some high-level, well, not high-level enemies, but like high-level bodyguards in the magic faction thing, because you're going to a high-level area, so there's going to be some things where it's like, wait, these people are way stronger than we are. Like iron golems, for example.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's like the main place of an entire faction, so of course if there's one place where there are going to be a multitude of high-level guards and such, it's probably that place in that one faction.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, contingency is a wizard-only spell.
Yeah, but there's so many things you can do with it, especially with villains. Oh, you have like some random henchman wizard for the big bad guy that's trying to get info on them. Okay, well, what if the evil wizard that's trying to get info on them, in case they find him and they have to fight, he has contingency into feigned death if his health drops below 30%, because, okay, feigned death says your life points appear at 0, magic can't detect that you're still alive, so even if they have doubts, unless the party has a tendency to just try and, I don't know, cut members of the dead people, there's a like 99% chance that, oh, the wizard died. The DM just say the wizard died because feigned death triggered. There's no way they know that he's not dead. Cool. And you go to the big bad evil guy's lair. The wizard is here. Why? Oh, I feigned my death. How? How can he feign his death? He died on my turn. How can he cast feign death on my turn? He had it from contingency. Oh.
Yeah. the Ravager says, "Oh, actually, if I can get the book and Glyph of Warding, I have the ultimate lair idea." Glyph of Warding contingency. I'll let you think about that one for a second.
Jeez. I need to look at some.
Glyph of Warding contingency. Hmm?
If you upcast Glyph of Warding, you can put higher level spells into it.
Yep.
So, I don't remember exactly how... Is contingency a self spell?
Contingency is a self buff, I'm pretty sure.
But you can also set it to go off of specific triggers, right?
Yeah, it set itself as a specific trigger and must target yourself.
Okay.
Or yeah. Yeah, no, I was about to say or the area, but no, it must target yourself. That's it.
Okay, and now question: if you upcast contingency, can you store higher level spells in it?
No.
No.
Oh, boo.
Technically, it's about the same effect that's going on.
Because you know what I just thought of? Okay, you can technically do this with just Glyph of Warning, but you know what I just thought of?
Mm-hmm.
A bad guy ultimate lair action. Glyph of Warding upcasted to 9th level, and then imbued with Meteor Swarm to go off if the bad guy ever hits 0 hit points. So
yeah, you've had a similar idea before with Fireball.
right, so it's like, oh hey, you hit 0 hit points. Okay, well, we beat the bad guy. Meteors incoming. Wait, what?
Also, Rav, I hope you realize that contingency is a thing where you need a statue of yourself with 1,500 gold.
Even if you were to find a book of magical knowledge for a 6th level wizard spell, I don't think we'd have the goal to be allowed to read it.
Ah, but if you remember, well, yeah, if you wouldn't have to go to read it. However, if you remember, if you cast a spell that you learned from a book, you get to ignore the material components for that spell.
Which is why when Bug Boy pointed out to me that that we have a book of magical knowledge for Glyph of Warding, and there is a 200 material cost on it.
Yeah. I got excited by that. It also technically means, by the way, that Dread can learn Glyph of Warding from the book.
Yeah, if Dread can read, he can probably learn to cast Glyph of Warding without a material cost.
Hold on, someone's knocking at my door. Yes,
I hate this.
That's my jacket. It's my what jacket? Where's my other jacket? Oh, yeah, okay. I expected it to be on the floor. Oh, but this is the right one. Okay, the reason why the other one's on the floor is please sit down and say floor. Yeah. But if I have on different hooks, then door doesn't like. Other. Well, security, you're held down. Your winter coat? Why don't we put it in the closet? We won't need it for half a year. Sure. Oh, dude, I just remembered. I have my fidget spinner still in here. Now with situation like yesterday. Awesome, thank you. Yep. Love you too. Sorry, that was my dad. But yeah, Dread could learn Glyph of Warding. Okay, so what was gone?
I forgot.
Ravager, let's get that bread. Is Dread a wizard now? Well, we were. Okay, here's the thing. Dread does not necessarily have to be a wizard to learn from a book of magical knowledge. I figured that from what Zokwai and I concluded, he's going to go with the expert class, which is a sidekick class, instead of going with the spellcaster route.
Actually, fair.
That way he'd have a bunch of sneaking capabilities and he could be a really good scout, especially considering he doesn't have exhaustion, so he can be a good lookout for the group while they're camping. If you guys ever decide to camp, considering you have magical carriage. I don't know if you would or not. Dealing with spam calls. Okay. Sorry.
So if you recall, like, happening constantly.
Hello, Lemur. How are you doing? Doing good, I hope.
Oh god, because you can get contingents because of books of magical knowledge. There's a whole bunch of new combinations for contingency that can happen because now you can, if you're not a wizard, you can just, once you get enough gold for it and you find it, you can just read a book of magical knowledge for contingency and cast a, like, I don't know, a paladin exclusive spell into the contingency.
Right, like find a greater steed, or sanctify, or sanctuary, or something. Yeah.
Hell, you can just cast that heal. If nothing else, I'm not saying it's the best use of it, but if anything else, you can just cast contingency on yourself and store a cure wound with the condition if my HP drops to 0.
Right. You could.
Oh, what? Yeah. There's probably better than that, but if you have access to any sort of healing spell and contingency, that's a decent combination, in my opinion, of just having a fail safe if your HP drops to 0, so that you still come back with a few hit points and can take one more hit.
Right. Robert just says, "Oh, I can tell Dread to find a good base spot." Yes. Yeah, because he can go out adventuring as long as you want him to, and stuff. Either way, Daddy Lemur says, "Miss you, man. Sorry I haven't been around. It's okay. Glad to have you here, and feel free to lurk anytime. Lurkers are workers." But yeah, Dread could basically be looking for a base 24/7, because again, he doesn't have exhaustion. So all you need to worry about is him, quote-unquote, dying, and then you would lose the gem. But again, he's going to get more HP because now he's a sidekick. So...
That, and then that was that.
Oh, hey, someone clipped the stream, evidently. I wonder what that clip was. I get to see. Ravager says, "Damn, I was hoping the heal idea would not be said out loud." Thank you, Chicky. I will have fun. Thanks for joining, and feel free to lurk. Lurkers are workers. You know why I say that, right, Serter?
What?
You know why I say that phrase, lurkers are workers?
Workers are workers.
Nope.
Because, basically, if someone's lurking on your stream, that means, and that includes, like, if they're muted and have a different tab, they still boost your viewer count up. And boosting the viewer count up helps my statistics overall. So, to me, lurkers are workers basically means that even if you're not actively in the chat talking, or even if you're not actively watching the stream, just being there in the background is enough to directly support me and my streaming efforts. So even if you're lurking, you're working towards helping me and my stream.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. That's why I'm like, hey, if you guys don't want to watch the stream, can you at least lurk in it? Because that helps boost my numbers.
Damn, I was hoping the heal idea would not be said out loud.
Yeah, I said that one before. Yeah. That's something you can do. That's something you can definitely do.
I mean, that's like that seems like one of the more I feel it's one of the more obvious one. If you can get access to contingency and a healing spell, it seems like one of the first things people would think about is, oh hey, I have a failsafe to getting my HP to 0.
Right. I remember one of the dumbest things that we talked about getting a book of magical knowledge of is a book of magical knowledge for either reverberation or counterspell.
Oh my god, yeah, because no components. I mean, you can cast counterspell with no appearance that you're doing that, so you can't get into the counterspell war with the box.
Right, because you don't have any components required, so they cannot counter you because it doesn't look like you're casting a spell.
Mm-hmm. Which I could do anyway with subtle spell, but yeah.
Yeah, but then there's also the aspect of, oh, now everyone in the party, even the martial characters, now know counterspell.
Yeah. Oh, the Lich tries to cast Power Word Kill. The fighter casts counterspell. And
right.
Cannot counterspell because there is no component.
Right. Oh, the fighter failed the Arcana check. Okay, now the wizard casts counterspell. Oh, he failed. Now the artificer casts counterspell. So one of us will stop him from doing this. And then reverberation is even more dumb, in my opinion. You remember what that one is, Surtur? It's basically the reverse of counterspell.
No, that I was typing it in the chat with Roll20. Reverb.
It's not in the compendium. If you go to handouts, references, spells, it's listed there. It's a 3rd level spell.
Okay.
It's based
references, spells.
Yeah.
Which one?
Reverberation.
Okay, I just saw it.
Yes, you can reverberate counterspell, Fox.
You notice a creature in the process of casting a spell and attempt to copy it. If the creature is casting a spell 3rd level or lower, the spell is copied and you get to choose new targets for the copy with the exact same properties as the original spell. If it is casting a spell, blah blah blah, make an ability check. The DC is this. The spell is copied and you get to choose new targets for the copy with the exact same property as the original spell. Okay.
Yeah. So let's say, for example, someone in the party casts Fireball at an enemy. You, as Clocksworth, can go, oh, I like that idea. I want to fire at something else. So you reverberate their Fireball to now cast your own copy of that Fireball at a different enemy. And now imagine that with the entire team knowing Reverberate. It's like, oh, first round of combat. Okay, I cast Fireball. Everyone in the team reverberates the Fireball. So now 12 Fireballs are coming at the enemy.
Yes, you can counterspell a counterspell.
You can counterspell a counterspell. You can counterspell a counterspell a counterspell.
Which means that in a battle of many spellcasters, with most people knowing counterspell, usually the more amount of people will win just because of sheer number. They're just going to counterspell the one big strong wizard spell.
Right, and reactions are limited.
Yep.
Yep. Though a spell can't be countered if you cannot see the creature casting it, or if it's not a creature that's casting it. Technically, a contingency spell that's going off is not a creature casting spell.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot counterspell like a contingency spell, which is interesting. Which is a fun little caveat.
Yep. You also cannot counterspell a wand because it's technically an item casting spell.
Or a glyph of warding.
Right. Or what was the other one that was brought up the other day? I know that this was brought up the other day, and I give a bunch of examples. A spell scroll. That was one of them. A spell scroll.
A spell scroll. Yeah, the important, probably the most important one. The spell scroll.
Yeah. Which brings up another very silly thing. You're a legendary wizard. Why do you not have just a mountain of spell scrolls? just to save spell slots.
Yeah, especially someone that just has a lair.
Right.
Like, if you decide if the DM makes the legendary wizard for some reason show up early to the PCs, and the PCs for some reason decide to attack it, I can understand why the legendary wizard at this time randomly in the forest doesn't have his mountain, their mountains of spell scrolls with them. But inside a lich's lair, the lich probably is the one that gets to that will get to decide where in their own lair the final battle will be, which should be where they have access to a bunch of spell scrolls.
Right? Because why wouldn't you? Spell scrolls are good. Make them. Especially considering in my version of the game, you make 10 at once when you make them.
Because they're technically consumables. Holy crap.
Yeah, they're technically consumables. They're one-time use. So yes, you make a batch of 10 of them. Yeah, that can get kind of crazy, which is why I'm surprised no one in the party knows calligraphy. Because spell scrolls. Yeah, I know you want to. I mean, okay, there's something you haven't considered. And I think that you should probably consider this. Ravager, have you ever thought of just taking Dread and dropping him off somewhere so he can learn calligraphy? Like dropping off a kid at daycare? Because we already established that you can stick him in your bag of holding since he doesn't need to breathe. Yes, I'm considered dropping him off to learn a bunch of things. Yeah. Have him learn calligraphy. And then he can then teach other people how to do in the party how to do calligraphy. Hell, you could have his entire job be just making spell scrolls. So the only thing I will say is that you I will say you need to either have the spell on your spell list or have read a book of magical knowledge on the spell for you to be able to turn it into a spell scroll. Though, Surtur, did you know I actually added in a different way to do spell scrolls as well, on top of just the known way?
Nope, and I barely know the known way anyways, so...
Okay, the known way is the same way as normal magical item crafting, except basically you need to know the spell when you're making the spell scroll, and need to cast the spell as part of making the spell scroll.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll make a batch of spell scrolls at that point. Oh, I evidently won this fight. Okay, I'm gonna finish my point first, though. Anyway, that's how it normally works. However, I also added in the option of random mode, where instead you put a spell into a spell scroll, and it will, instead of that, as long as you have the ability to cast spells, then you can make a spell scroll that you don't try to determine what spell it is. You just make it, and then I randomly roll to see what spell it is that you just made a scroll of.
That sounds a bit chaotic, but chaotic sometimes is just really fun.
Right. The only thing you get to pick is the level, and that's basically determining the rarity of spell scrolls, because spell scrolls have various rarities depending on what level of item, what level of spell they have in them.
It would be silly to get access to a wish scroll using materials for a common magic item.
Right. So if you're using a common magic item scroll, it's going to be a cantrip or first level spell. It could be any of them, including one that's completely useless in this campaign, like Infallible Relay, which only works on phone connection lines.
That sounds like a fun fail that would get good. And your scroll is a thing that works for phone lines.
No, you can get weird ones, like bind vehicle. Wait, what? You summoned a car in this medieval setting.
Yeah! Do it! Do it.
Like, oh, well, I guess Zokor has rolled up in an SUV in the middle of a battle. Yeah, the
Yeah,
minivan.
Nobody gets in his car and starts following the carriage in his car.
Yep. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Yeah, so I added random mode, and random mode is not just for that; it also works for potions too. Where if you choose a specific potion level, you'll get a random potion for that level. Or you can make a specific potion if you have knowledge of a specific potion. You always have the option to do a random one. I know Cathanglis really likes that, and that's how he plans on like doing that to get certain things.
Myself every single day, I can have the option like, oh yeah, random potion mode, get up.
Right?
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned it at some point because I remember thinking what I'm about to say right now. I remember thinking, oh, it's like when you just throw a bunch of ingredients in Skyrim to try to make potions and you don't know what's going to happen.
Right. And you don't know what you made. And here's the fun part. When you guys make an item, I don't have to describe exactly what you made to be like, okay, you made a vial of red liquid.
What does the red liquid do? Do you want to try it on yourself?
Right? Do you want to drink it and find out? Here's the thing, it's not just possible for random potions, you can also make random poisons that way too. So it's like, oh hey, you drink this vial of red liquid. Okay, it's purple worm poison. Uh-oh. Took like 12d6 poison damage or something dumb.
I feel 12d6 should probably not be a common item, but...
Yeah, it's not a common item, obviously. I raised the thing. Yep. So, we're about to meet one of my favorite characters in this game. And actually, we've met him before.
Going in the background.
Ravager says, in like random potion mode, I need Cathanglis to do that sometimes during 4 months. He has all of the nature to help him make potions for 4 months. Also, can't Cathanglis have advantage on rolling to know the hell he just made? No, but there is a different way. So, you'll want to know the 3 ways to identify magic items in D&D. Okay. So, there's 3 different ways to identify magic items in D&D. Either 1, you can make an Arcana check. You can attempt an Arcana check, and the DC for that check is equal to the rarity of the item. So, I believe it's like 10 for common, 15 for uncommon. It's 5 for common, 10 for uncommon, 15 for rare, 20 for very rare, and then 25 for legendary. And you can attempt that once. The second way is if you cast the Identify spell. The Identify spell will work, and it will identify what it lists that it will identify in the item. And then 3, if you take a short rest while examining an item, you can identify its properties as long as you're proficient in Arcana. Does that all seem fair and make sense? Because that's actually from the base rulebook. I didn't even come up with that. So yeah, you can just take a... Sorry, go ahead.
Agree with it.
So, there was actually a subject that came up recently that I had to actually answer a question, and I want to get your opinion on this, Clocksworth.
Oh.
Would you consider making a magic item as heavy activity?
I don't exactly know the process of it, so it's kind of rough to answer.
Personally, I ended up answering no because of the fact that specifically making a magic item, you can potentially take breaks during it, unlike normal training.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't need to do it all at once. Whereas with training, you have to do it all at once. But with magic items, you can like do 8 hours of the crafting and then stop and then come back another day and do the other 8 hours of the crafting. Okay. You can piecemeal it over time.
Okay.
It depends on the item in question. Like, for example, brewing a potion, it may not work that well because of having the stuff sit there for a while. But most items, yeah, unless it's like a potion specifically, you can just do it in batches, like do it in different chunks of time. Which means that technically, but the question is it light activity? Because I don't know if it counts as a light activity. I don't think it does. Which means that since with the whole training thing, I said you can do 8 hours of heavy training and then 8 hours of light activity. Since it's technically not light activity, you can't do magic item creation during the light activity section. Does that make sense?
I don't understand the light activity part of the training thing. Also, my mic is like in the worst position for me to be speaking from here.
Sorry to hear.
It's probably way better to hear now that I fixed the orientation of the mic.
Okay, the reason why I put in the restriction of the light activity was to solve the problem of what's stopping someone from training 8 hours, taking a long rest, training 8 hours, taking a long rest, etc. Because that seems pretty taxing on the body. That doesn't seem like something that someone should normally do. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I just don't get why it needs to be light activity specifically. I can understand why it might not work trying to sleep 6 hours every 16 hours. You might not even have enough for that. I don't know if I'm wording it correctly, but yeah.
Well, it would be like you're sleeping 8 hours every 8 hours. Like, wait, what?
You're sleeping 8 hours every 16 hours.
Yeah. That'd be kind of rough. So instead, I guess, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be 8 hours of light activity. I guess, yeah, you could make magic items doing that. I think about it. Yeah, I guess that'd work.
I can understand the whole, like, you can't just have 16-hour cycles of training, long rest, training, long rest, training, long rest.
Right, that was the main concern. But I guess it doesn't technically have to be light activity. It just has to not be heavy activity, which I consider training to be heavy.
It is constitution check for exhaustion.
Yeah, that's a constitution check. So, yeah, that's important to point out, Zokurai, Kathangless, Concerter, is that on the off time, when you are training, you could also be making magic items during that off time. So, yeah, that's the thing. Sorry, I got off on a way tangent. Go back to Shining Force. Also, this thing is kind of cool, but I never could figure out what it was as a kid.
What is it?
I don't know.
Okay, you can say as a kid I thought you figured it out now.
Nope. It just looks like a stone pillar with a ring of stone teeth? I don't know.
You mentioned having to do the training 8 hours, to do the 8 hours in training in a row. And I'm curious, because there's the possibility of people training for more than 8 hours, what happens if the combined amount of hours end up and there's like 3 hours left to have been to complete the training to get the feat or the proficiency or whatever you're training for?
Then you would only train those 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, it's not that you need a certain amount of weeks, it's you need a certain amount of hours of training. I just break it down in weeks, assuming that you do 8 hours per day.
Mm-hmm.
Technically,
yeah, it's one of the reasons why we ended up pointing where Zokurai was like, well, you're getting way too invested in math at some point, because I was going deep with recounting my week into hours and then calculating the probability of...
Right. Yeah, and I made it this way because this is simpler and less complicated, but if you wanted to go nitty-gritty specific with the math, then yeah, a week of training, something that requires a week of training actually only requires 56 hours of training.
So if you want to split it, if you want to risk it and go for 10 hours and then just have 6 hours left on the 6th day and start something new on the 7th day, could you even start it on the 6th day actually, because you didn't do 8 hours of training?
Well, yeah, you could technically start the new thing after those 6 hours of training. Yeah, you could.
Just have only 2 hours before you need to make the checks.
Yeah. You could risk it for the biscuit if you want to.
Oh, speaking of, the check happens if you once you begin the ninth tower or when you end the ninth tower.
When you begin it. Well, actually, sorry, when you end it. I'll say when you end it.
Okay.
And Fox Warrior says, "Oh, is it bad? I want a mini session dedicated to Cathangus making potions each day to understand different potions. A Cathangus potion shenanigans session." That sounds fun. Let's do that at some point. I already made a playlist on my channel that's specifically the Oncoming Storm side stories. That'd be in that playlist. Because currently there's 4 different Oncoming Storm playlists. There's Oncoming Storm, which is just all the videos. And then there's Oncoming Storm Main Timeline, which is the main episodes of the main timeline. Then there's Oncoming Storm Alternate Timeline, which again is that one. And then there's Oncoming Storm Side Stories, which is just all the stuff that's outside of scheduled sessions. Does that make sense?
Yep.
It's just kind of silly. Come on.
Because you said at the end of the hour, I'm just reminded of the video of things that work rules as written, but probably shouldn't rules as intended.
Right.
Because I'm reminded of that time where technically you can long rest for 7 hours and 1 second, then walk into a dungeon, start fighting, and gain the benefits of your long rest. Once the 59 minutes and 59 other seconds are done, because you just lose the benefits of the long rest if you do 1 hour of heavy activity.
Ah.
I'm reminded of this silly thing, of the silly rules as written thing.
That's very silly, and that's not how I'd rule that.
Yeah. That's why we have the interpretations being a thing.
Right.
Because,
I
yeah,
mean, rules as written. Sorry, go ahead.
If it was a video game, the video game would just say, "Yup, that works."
Right. If you go rules off written, Revivified does not work.
Yeah, it's so silly. Like those videos of how Revivify physically does not work.
Right.
Make me realize that going 100% rules as written is completely not a good idea.
Yeah. Another good example is rules as written. Rope Trick will not let you take a short rest in it. Do you know why?
Because the time that you climb in will make the time slightly less than a full hour.
Yeah, and when Rope Trick ends, you're automatically shunted into the ground, which would wake you up before the end of the short rest. Or would rather disturb you enough that it wouldn't count. So that's why I just ignore that and say, no, the point of Rope Trick is to take a short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole jumping thing I showed yesterday where rules as written, cats cannot jump, elephants can jump 9 feet in the air.
Right, which is actually the second rules as written problem I've heard with jumping. You wanna know what the first one is?
What is the problem with rules as written jumping?
Technically that if you are a level 1 rabbit folk character with high strength, and you jump and use your rabbit folk feature to jump 3 times your normal ability to jump, you will kill yourself from falling damage.
Yeah, because if you have +4 to strength and you use that ability, that's a 21 feet drop.
Yeah, and yeah, you will kill yourself from falling damage if you jump at your normal height for your species, which is dumb. And this also stems from a larger problem with Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition, which is that Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition largely ignores weight in almost all cases.
Yes, except for like carrying.
Yeah, carry weight is like the only time in which weight actually matters, and that's it, which is kind of very strange because it leads to things like the elephant and the cat thing and the rabbit folk thing. Like, technically speaking, you could have an ant fall from any height and it's going to be fine because guess what? Its weight is so light that it can survive its own terminal velocity impact.
Yep.
Did you know that, by the way?
Nope. I was unaware of the terminal velocity, but interesting.
Well, you know what terminal velocity is, right?
Yeah, the maximum speed that something can fall because of air resistance.
Yeah, sure. It's actually fine if you want to do that mini session. I don't mind. We can just do it at some point. Also, I like how I've just been standing here in Shining Force while we've been talking about this. Okay, so this room with 5 dragons. And there's this door back here. If we read the sign, it says, Dragon's Shrine. The door opens for 2 heroes who come forward and show the way. If we go here, it says, this door will open only for 2 heroes.
You need
So-
a second hero.
Right. So I guess no one else in the Shining Force counts as a hero. Because I have an entire team of people, but no, only Max counts as a hero. Evidently.
I don't agree with it, but yes, that's how it seems to work.
Yeah, it's just very silly. I just wanted to point that out. We need Joker. No, Joker would not help.
I mean, hilarious if he does count as the second hero.
He does
I
not,
don't
because
know.
he's
I don't know when or how you get the second hero, but I like to imagine that if you wear the Joker tree at that point, the door does not recognize you as the hero.
You'd like to think that, but no, I don't think it does.
It would be
Maybe
fun.
it's this guy. Stop moving away from me. Oh, again? This is Dragonia. So where are all the dragons? Good question. Act up in the treasure chest. Discovered a broadsword. Ooh, we get an upgraded sword from Max. Yeah, 4 more damage.
It's just silly thing. But yeah, there's a bunch of silly thing rules as written.
Yes, there is. Which is why I made those changes to... Well, okay. And that led to another very interesting situation where I ended up in the situation Surtur usually ends up in. You remember me telling you about that?
Oh yeah, because usually I'm the one asking the question. Wait, this doesn't work. How do we fix that?
Right, and my question, I'm like, okay, well, this is clearly a problem in D&D. How do we fix it? We'd have to completely rewrite the rules for how jumping works. Which, I don't know how the fuck to do that. So, I don't see anyone around. Yeah, if you're at this point in the game and you're just a kid, you can imagine that you have no idea what to do. There's this door. Like, well, I guess I'll just explore around. Oh, ooh, halberd. Hold on. A really good thing.
Yeah, I can imagine getting lost on what to do at that point.
Right, because you're in this place, but there's no one around, and you're looking for a dragon named Blue, but you can't find them. Halberd. So remember the magic heat axe I talked about earlier?
Yep.
The halberd is another such weapon. It's imbued with lightning magic.
Ooh.
Yeah. Gunts, where are you? I'm gonna give you the halberd. What's your chromlance? It also does a lot of damage. Oh, that looks like a dragon. Hey, go away. I don't want to fight, okay? Just go away. No, this person is our friend. He's here to help. Stop shaking, you baby. Oh, Karen, you are so mean. Just leave me alone. Okay. I was worried about Blue, so I followed you. I really think he's hopeless. Okay, Karen. I am disappointed in you, Blue. Help, help! Blue, Max! That's Karen's voice. Just shoving me out of the way, okay. There's this item first. Let me clear out some room for Max's inventory. Don't need this. Who's calling to me? Henry, grab that. This goes a shower of cure. Cool. I want to hug Blue. Yeah. Well, you can. I think Hoonery's awake.
Nah, not Blue.
Whoa. Oh, Dragon, if you want to save this girl, open that shrine door. Blue, don't listen to him. Remember that you're a sacred dragon. No. What are you going to do about it, Dragon? Blue spews fire. Ah!
That's a lot of fire to make the entire screen filled with red.
I'm not very confident yet, but I'll try my best. Blue joins the shining forest with the sad music in the background. I'll be at headquarters. Oh, I'll return to Rudo. I have to tell everybody that Blue found his courage.
When?
Evidently, oh, hello. Here's one of the main villains in the plot, just standing here in the middle of the open. Okay, I'll talk about him in a bit, but yeah, evidently when she was in danger by being attacked by a knight. Alright, geez, you're garbage at putting emotions. I'm sorry, I'm not good at voice acting, okay? I'm sorry, Ravager. Voice acting is not my forte. Anyway, so this is Kane. You might remember him earlier as he was the one who killed May's dad and killed 3 different kings on camera. And he killed 2 of the kings and then forced the 3rd one to do his bidding before then killing him. So this guy is a pretty evil dude. Remember me, Max? Kane of Runefest, ready for your last fight? Go back to your headquarters and get ready. Then you'll meet your doom. What's stopping us from just attacking him right here?
I was about to say that.
Apparently
Why
there's
would you call
something
him
because you're
man?
not able to right now.
What was that about not being fair? I heard Fox mention something about not being fair. I want to go sell
That's what I
something.
said. What is stopping us from just attacking him right now?
Right? Ha! I knew you couldn't hide in there forever. I was there for like a second. Come on out, little hero. That's be careful. Remember that Kane killed Various. I just mentioned that. Yeah. Well, I actually did want to go in here. He looks like a Power Rangers villain. He kind of acts like a Power Rangers villain, too. How did Luke become courageous? He literally said he is not very confident. Because of someone being in danger, and to be fair, whatever. I'm not going to justify it. They wanted an excuse for him to join the party, is what basically ended up happening. And they couldn't think of a better way for him to join the party, so they're just like, Karen gets in trouble, and then she convinces him to join the party. You get swapped out. Is there anyone I can promote besides Jogurt? Technically, you're always allowed to promote Jogurt, but Jogurt, if you try to promote him, he promotes from a yogurt to a yogurt. So basically, it does nothing. It doesn't even cost money to promote someone, so you can't even use it as a method to waste money. In case you want to do that for some reason. We say that every time. So, from what I remember, this fight's actually pretty hard. And Kane is also one of the few bosses in the game that actually moves towards you. Also, by the way, you might notice, by the way, he has a very glowy sword. If you look, he straight up has the Sword of Darkness in his inventory. Which is basically a dark lightsaber. Keep in mind, this is a setting that so far has had like medieval fantasy elements mainly, and not much high technology. And he's wielding the equivalent of a lightsaber. You can imagine how much damage that thing does. It's the legendary Sword of Darkness. Imbued with darkness. That's quick on Diane. Is he like from the future? It has not been revealed. Not much has been revealed about him. We're gonna find out more about Kane after this fight. Assuming we don't just kill him, which we might. Oh, right, you can attack this gargoyle. I forgot there's gargoyles up here. Any more D&D questions anyone has?
Nope.
Defense level increases to 6. Defense increases by 1. Speed increases by 3. Is there an in-game reason why he has a weapon? Is why I am asking besides Evil TM. Because Dark Soul gave him the weapon.
Ah, okay, okay.
A fair bit, but I'll ask later because it's more scheduling things. You can ask, why not ask now? Is it just something you don't want to have on camera? Not like we're talking about anything. But we don't necessarily need to talk either, because it's just a casual thing. Do 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 do. Okay, let's devastate their back lines with a Blaze 3. And in this game, there is no counter spell. So burn! $48 experience points. House level increases to 7. Defense increased by 1. Active magic points increased by 1. Blaze now became level 4. Cool. I now have access to level 4 Blaze. Sweet. Level 4 Blaze is very strong. Area of effects? Yes, I now have this as an area of effect. Cool. Let's do slow too. Low cast, low level 2. Spell didn't work. Spell didn't work. Increased speed and defense decreased by 10, and spell didn't work. Yeah, the slow spells and muddle spells really don't work well in this game. They have a 30% chance to affect the target. Which, yeah, is shockingly low. Ravager says, I guess. Actually, can you use a spell you randomly make into a glyph of warding, or you must cast the spell yourself into it? Can you use the spell you randomly make? You have to cast the spell into the glyph of warding while you're casting the glyph of warding. It's actually listed in the glyph of warding description, how you do that. The cool thing about this battle, though, is hopefully we get to actually get the Sword of Darkness for Max to use, because the Max can equip the Sword of Darkness. And that'd be a cool magic item for him to do. Oh god, so many comments. Can't read that. Okay, Foxfire. I mean, all I had planned besides the thing on Friday is the potion making mini session and the off-screen amethyst dragon forging, getting the sap ball bonking, aka the wooden stick used by in the forest. It uses druid focus that makes ironwood. So technically, a scroll spell won't work with regard to glyph of warding. No. Yeah, well, hold on, I just noticed something. I just noticed something. Why did my picture disappear in OBS? Look at the stream. My picture
I was about
disappeared.
to ask, what the hell happened?
I don't know. I have no idea.
What?
What did you do?
Let me reload this, I guess. Hold on. Why is it not showing up? Weird. I have no idea why it removed me. Does it not like me? That's weird. Not showing up for some reason. Let me try removing the Discord images thing and loading it back in. Web. Discord images. Oh, it's still doing it. Okay, I guess I'm just gone for now. Like, I don't know why this happened. I just now happened to notice it. Weird. By the way, it actually gives me a little indicator when someone is watching something without audio, which is kind of interesting. When someone is watching the screen without audio. Sorry, the stream. I have no idea why it was doing that. You don't exist, drugs. Also, I like how we all fell in.
Did a little animation, is all I'm commenting on. Like when you reload the enemy, you all fell down.
Ah. Yeah. But I can tell, for example, that Fox is currently watching the stream with it muted. Not that I have a problem with that, I never noticed that before. So I can use heal 2 to reach you. The different levels of heal don't actually heal different amounts, it just determine the range on the healing. Which is why whenever I can, you always see me use heal level 1. But obviously sometimes I can't do that if I need more range. Ugh. So your question, if food for thought, I think though you appearing or not isn't that bad and can easily be fixed. I have no idea how it can be fixed.
I don't know. I really wish I could help, but I have no knowledge of it.
Me neither. I think it'll just fix itself by next stream. So we'll see.
think it's just Twitch having a bug.
Yeah. Or whatever the website is that I'm using that for, it having a bug. I don't know, Sartor, is there any funny contradictions you want to talk about that you've seen recently that's new?
No.
I've expected that.
The ones that I have Vint already said like 3 times on streams.
Okay. Have any questions about Shining Force?
Aside from what that white spot on the ground is, not really.
It's on the ground. Oh, it's another weird thing. Looks like an altar.
I have no idea what it is. I've wondered ever since I was a little kid.
Oh, actually I have one. Can enemies level up?
No. Which is weird, I know, but enemies cannot level up. Even though enemies do have levels.
Yeah, because I've seen sometimes in games like that where if the enemy defeats enough units, they level up.
Yeah, that would be funny, especially if when you egressed out and restarted the battle, the enemies retained that level up. That'd be cool. But no. Well, these golems are acting as a pretty effective front line because they're basically stopping me from advancing until I kill them. And they're surprisingly tanky compared to most enemies. I am out of water. I need more water. I will leave you guys.
That's my only reason to what the circle is. It's just a ritual circle, baby.
I guess. But yeah, I was asking because I was reminded of I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monster Coliseum. Because in that game, every unit, since it was basically the same units and you could get them later, they gain when you damage or defeat another unit, you gain any unit would gain experience. So there are situations where if you've got a couple more levels ahead, you're going to feed your opponent a ton of the experience. And if they kill like 2 or 3 of your units, they'll just level up in the middle of the battle. And sometimes because units gain abilities, the AI isn't programmed to actually use them because they didn't start the battle with it, so they'll just gain ability for using it. I'll come back.
Ah, so now it's just Surtur and Fox on the screen.
He said he'll be back, but yeah, that's my only opinion for what that circle is. It's ritual.
Okay. So, hit him with your bonking stick. I actually did 9 damage. I'm surprised. Those guys are tanky. I guess it's how much your holy staff now does. And your level increased. Nice. Lowest level increases to 6. Attack level increases by 2. Defense level increases by 1. Speed increases by 8. Active hit points increases by 3. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna eat, but I'll be back because scheduling questions for the sake of keeping some combo. Yep, that's fine. I'm probably going to. Oh, we'll see. I'm probably gonna repeat this battle like maybe once or twice, and then it'll be nearly the end of the stream at that point. It's already 3.5 hours in the stream. Yeah, sometimes people need a good bonk. So yeah. I'm excited for the stuff coming up. I have a alternate timeline session this Saturday. I'm doing with the other group. They're currently... Oh, where were they in their story? Oh, right. They had just gone... start investigating the woods? If I remember correctly. They had started to leave town to go look for the noble son. Yeah, that's what it was. Which, I guess ironically, you guys probably know where the noble son is at this point.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember.
Yep.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Yeah. It's not the semi-paralleling your own. It's nearly identical except for the fact that the main characters that exist in the main timeline are not there in the other timeline. With a few exceptions. But for example, Silvestro is there in that other timeline. He just is not known by anyone in the party. Jaden doesn't exist in that timeline. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So yeah, the fate of the noble son is still the same across both timelines. Also, Harold and Gerald do actually exist in that timeline, but they didn't have their interactions with all of you in the Session Zero fight, so their actual fate is a bit different. But they're still chaotic good. The party hasn't run into it. Yep, they still are softies.
That's forever how Kasango since your fool would notify them as.
Did anyone die in this match? I don't think anyone has yet.
I actually don't think so.
Oh, that means I might actually be able to finish this fight. I did not mean to use it on you. That was fortunate. Use it on herself, but it defaulted to the left. Alright, let's go ahead and put this Shower of Cure to use. So Shower of Cure basically applies a medical herb to everyone in the party when I use it.
Ooh.
I'm ignoring the level up thing. Basically, I'm just doing if someone dies, I repeat about it. Yeah. Also, yeah, it is pretty cool. That's the reason why you can't buy Showers of Cure, sadly. You can only find them in treasure chests. But I don't want to be the type of gamer that has an item and never uses it. And I remember there was a lot of people who were hurt, so... The centaur with a gun still makes me laugh for some reason. Yeah. It's a centaur with a bazooka. Bazooka. Did you know, by the way, that the origin, that's a German? I believe bazooka originally, I believe it was originally German? I don't remember fully, but I think... Wizard Mage. We're about 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. If you did not know, I was streaming this live on Twitch at Bugboy1014 on Twitch. If you watch this on YouTube, hello, come watch me live a week before the video comes out. However, if you watch this on Twitch, feel free to check this out later or check out any of my other past live streams on YouTube. I will be uploading them a week after they are streamed. Bugboy1014 on YouTube, and in either case, you can either check my Twitch profile or the YouTube description to find the link to my Discord server and come join the Bug Nest, where you can talk to me and hang out between well, I was about to say between sessions, but between streams. And you could potentially be... Wow, 25 damage. Okay.
Oh, wow. Hans can fight no longer. Well, I guess someone died.
Someone said. Blue, do something. One damage.
It is technically something.
Yep. And yeah, maybe you can come join the stream chat and be as part of my live streams. Who knows? Come join me in the buttons. I thought Bazooka was Asian origin. It's not. It's from World. I know it's named from one of the World Wars. Don't remember which one though. I think it's World War I. I think so. Blast him. Also like the pun Durahan, aka Doulahan, or the Headless Swordsman. Yeah. Fun. It's a 90s game design, so enemies are just designed to be fun and interesting, rather than, like, really make sense. Huh. Surprised no one's actually hurt. Guns, are you hurt? Really? No one's hurt. I thought someone was hurt. Never mind. Oh, right. Someone died. I kind of want to go fight Kane. Yeah, someone died. I have to eat breath. Oh, yay. The music isn't... There we go. Oh. Also F5, just a quick save, just in case. Wrong way. I did not mean to go down here. We already heard your speech. On the bright side, it isn't like Fire Emblem where they're permanent. Yeah, I just need to pay a fee to bring them back to life. And you almost always make way more gold from the battles than it costs you to bring people back. So, for the most part, you're good. You don't really need to worry about it as long as you actually remember to bring people back. Fun fact, by the way. Also, wow, his HP bar. I forgot how big his HP is. Yeah, if we take a look, these are his stats. He has 70 HP.
Okay.
Also, I like how he has MP of 24, but he doesn't technically know any magic. I always find that interesting. To be fair, he is a villain. Yeah, but to be fair, we haven't ever seen the HP bar get that high in the game so far. Also, he has an attack stat of 65. To put into perspective, these things, which one-shot Hans, only have an attack stat at 39. So, remember that guy that one-shot Hans? Yeah, he has nearly double the strength of them. he could probably one-shot Hans 3 times over. Villain's supposed to be imposing and intimidating. Yeah. It's going to make this a little hard for us to get through this mission without someone dying, though, if he can one-shot people that easily. Huh. Okay, I'm in a weird position, and I'm curious for your opinion on this, Surtur.
No.
Part of me wants to stop playing Shining Force right now. I just kind of am done with Shining Force at the moment. But then part of me is like, well, there's still more time left on the stream. So either, what, do I stop playing Shining Force and then stop the stream? Or do I just, like, do something else for, like, the last, like, hour or whatever? And that sounds like something similar to some situations you get into, so I'm just curious what your opinion on it would be.
I mean, there's like, what, 15 minutes left to the stream, technically. I think by the time you finish this battle, it'll be pretty much 15 minutes up.
Fair. Also, I respect your advice. Take your time, Fox.
If it was like an hour, maybe then it would make more sense, but...
And now it's just Surtur on the screen.
Because you're still bugged.
Yeah, because I'm still bugged. I mean, I know I'm
Bug
called the
boy
Bug
is
Boy.
bugged.
Yeah, I was about to say, I know I'm called the Bug Boy, but still. We both say it at the same time. Anything. Oh, nice, you got a crit. That's really good. I got to teach Ravager the joys that is Spell Sniper.
Ooh, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, you want to know what makes Spell Sniper? Want to know the two things? Sorry, okay. You want me to just explain what Spell Sniper does? Because everything about it is good.
Okay.
Spell Sniper does 3 separate things. Its prerequisite is you can only take it if you have the ability to cast at least one spell.
Okay.
First, whenever you cast a spell that has an attack roll as part of the spell, you can double the range. When you're casting a spell that requires an attack roll, the range of the spell is doubled.
Okay.
It's not that you can double the range, it's like, no, the range is doubled. So it's a mandatory thing, it's not a thing that you choose to on. Okay, second thing, whenever you use a spell that requires an attack roll, you can ignore half or 3/4 cover on the spell.
Okay.
And then the third thing, when you take this feat, you get to choose one cantrip of your choice that requires an attack roll from any spell list. Which can include Eldritch Blast, or Radiant Blast, as it's also known. Well, or Radiant Blast. So, and keep in mind, Eldritch Blast already has a range of 120 feet, meaning that it'd be a 240-foot cantrip.
Mm.
But then you get things like Guiding Bolts, which Guiding Bolts go from 120 feet to 240 range as well. And, you know, there's various other spells in the game that are attack rolls that it just, now your range is doubled. Which is really neat.
Yeah.
So that's the wonders of Spell Sniper. And he really liked it because of the fact that you can ignore cover and stuff, and also the attack roll. Because one nice thing about ignoring cover is, you remember how Jack Bull kept getting shot in the back by the arrows from the scouts?
Yep.
If you ignore half cover, then it's literally impossible to hit your ally with a shot accidentally.
Yeah, because you ignore cover, so you can't roll into that range.
Yep. So that's what Spell Sniper's all about. So that was a fun thing I did recently.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you the one with... No, not. Kill the healer! Or-
Oh, I heard heal the healer.
Oh, no, I said kill the healer! Yeah. Wow, lots of people leveling up. Ken leveled up to level 7. Defense increased by 2. Speed increased by 3. Maximum hit points increased by 4. 2, 3, 4. Who are we rooting for? That was a weird lyric that's off of my head. What are you doing? Just doing some Dokkan in the background or something?
Oh, what I'm doing? Yeah, Dokkan in the background.
Okay. Ah, he muddled my Kokichi. Muddle makes you have reduced accuracy, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how it reduces it. I have no idea. Normally, accuracy in this game is a flat percentage based off of evasion. So, if an enemy doesn't have any sort of evasion ability, then you just have a flat 1 in 256 chance of missing against something.
Okay.
However, if they have either 25% evasion or 50% evasion, then you have that amount of chance to miss. And I think Muddle, I don't know how Muddle works, but if I had to guess, it basically applies the 25% evasion thing onto all enemies. Or something.
Okay.
I don't know. Because I don't know if it's percentage based or I don't know if it's a flat rate in 25.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if everything gets like 25% or if it's like in Pokemon where it reduces the accuracy based on your already previous accuracy.
Right. Like, if they muddle me and I attack a target that has 50% evasion. Oh wow! Blue did a. What? You attacked with your tail before. Where was this lightning thing before? Sorry, I got distracted by blue.
Yeah.
But yeah, what, it's a like, because if it's a flat 25, then it's a weird situation where if they have 50% evasion, but then I get muddled, I somehow get more accurate.
An overflow
Right.
or replacement. Yeah. I was thinking of it like if you get hit by a 3-cent attack, reducing your accuracy by 50%, and try to use dynamic punch, a 50% accuracy move, you're at 25, not at 0.
Right. In this case, I'm like, is it that, or is it just a replacement effect? I don't know.
Yeah.
Or is it just straight up flat, where it's like, oh hey, the enemy has a 50% dodge rate, you get 25% application on you, so now you have a 75% chance to miss. I don't know. Also, I don't know what the different levels of the metal spell do, because they all just seemingly do the same thing? Do they have different amounts that they affect you? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So Blaze 4 only hits a single target. However, what it does to that single target is kind of interesting. You want to see?
Okay.
Alright. I'm doing Blaze 4 right now. On the gold. Now that's a proper meteor swarm. And yeah, it did a fuck ton of damage. It's a stupid amount of damage.
Okay, it lagged a lot on the Discord, but on the stream it looked really fine, so I just watched the replay on the stream.
Sorry to hear that lag.
It's funny how the stream on Twitch has become effectively a replay system in case something makes it weird to see or in case I miss something.
Right. Because of how much delay there is. Even though I have it set so that it should be as little delay as possible, but my system isn't that good, so whatever. Also, welcome back, Fox.
I'm pretty sure that's just me having weird connection with Twitch because, yeah, for some reason, no matter whose stream I'm on, after like 15-20 minutes, I'm pretty much forced to either be at really low quality, like 360p if not lower, or like be 15 seconds late.
Right. Do. One thing I'm also struggling with recently is motivating myself to keep exercising.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm getting more and more unhealthy over time, and I'm trying to keep myself exercising, but it's really hard to motivate myself to do that. Considering... Oh, hey, level 10. Yay, now we can promote him. Anyway, considering the fact that I'm trying to think of how to word this. The fact that all of the exercising I'm doing is seemingly having no gains. It's like, and then they're like, oh hey, you should exercise more and eat less. But I'm like, okay, but that means I'm just going to spend hours of the day hungry. Is that what I'm supposed to do? I don't know.
Yeah. The fact that I'm used to a thing of, like it's used to a thing normally, is always makes it weird for the first few days.
Yeah. But I've been trying to exercise more often for like a month or two now. And I've been trying to do an hour of exercise every day, if not more. And so far I've been pretty good about that, but not that great. Because honestly, considering I've been getting no benefits from what I can see, other than just pushing myself, I don't know what motivation I have to keep going.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, they just did a butt ton of damage to that guy too. Oh, they're about to kill him. Wait, you can also put people to sleep. What? They can hit like a truck and put people to sleep. How's that fair? It's like, oh, he hit me really hard enough to make me fall asleep. Wait, what?
Yeah. I wish it's sleep.
I think your internet started to bug out, considering the fact that you got robotic G for there and you kept being cut off.
Oh.
Yeah, I hear it.
Oh god. Wow, run! Jesus, 38 damage. Okay. Well, Pal's dead.
Jesus.
Well, and now Ken is dead too.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a while until we get a no death with how hard Kane hits.
Yeah. Well, okay, at this point, I'm just going to basically keep throwing my guys at him and see, like, if it's even beatable at this point right now. I'm not going to actually beat the thing, but I'm going to see if I even can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chris's level increases to 6. Attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 5. Speed increases by 4. Maximum hit points increases by 6. Well, you've seen how much I've been grinding over the course of all of these streams, and they're still hitting this hard.
I
So-
know, I'm just saying, if this is really how bad it is, I feel like you already, like, the level requirement needed is just a little bit higher.
Right? It's like, yeah, either that or the game expects me to just throw people at him and let them die until eventually I whittle down his health bar. Which I want to mention, by the way, he also has regeneration.
It's too strong for the moment.
Yeah. Well, first person gaining attack off on Kane. On
3.
1.
How big is his defense?
Jesus. He did only 1 damage.
I think even if you don't egress out, you're going to lose the battle.
Yeah. Second shot on Kane. One. This is part of why, yeah, you can see why you made the comparison earlier to a Power Rangers villain. He does kind of look like a Power Rangers villain.
Also looks like someone's skull.
Yeah, he also looks like someone's skull in a way. Wait, did he already recover HP? No, okay. I was just checking. Go attack this guy. You missed. No. Chris, no, run! Oh, and he even did a crit for 41 damage. You did that little noise before the attack? Yeah, that was the crit noise.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, Max's health bar is 47, so he actually does have a considerably high health bar compared to most things, but still. Kichi, stab the Durahan. Dumb question. Kane is supposed to be beatable at the moment, right? Yeah, he's supposed to be beatable. He's a required boss. You're supposed to beat him in this fight. He's a guy who shows up at the beginning of the game, and he always leaves the battle at that point because of the fact that he has to go do something. So, early game, no, he's not meant to be beatable, but this is the point in the game where the party's supposed to be strong enough to fight him and beat him. Diane increased to level 7. Attack increased by 2. Speed increased by 3. Maximum hit points increased by 6. I assumed he was there to look tough and then leave. Nope, he's here to fight. And he will kill all of us if we don't kill him. Constant 1 damage. And yes, in fact, he is dual wielding swords, and it's not just aesthetic, he is.
Okay.
Which, you want to know why that's silly, Senator?
Why?
It's impossible for a player character to dual wield swords. Meaning that the boss is doing something player characters cannot do.
Despite just being a regular person.
In theory, yes. But you would think it's like, even if he's a special person, why can't Max do it? Max is also a special person.
Yeah, there are some things that I could agree, like, oh hey, if there was like some weird creature, like, I don't know, a weird centaur creature, I could see them having the ability to mount someone on them, and no one else in your party can because you don't have a centaur creature in your party, or something like that, but that's not the case here.
He's a centaur.
Okay.
I have plenty of centaurs in my party, but they cannot. Well, I was going to go to the other one, but the other one's dead. This guy killed him. But yeah, no, you cannot mount centaurs in this game, sadly. Okay, question. Do I hit him with my halberd, or do I use the electricity energy of the halberd? Because magic does guaranteed damage and ignores defense, but might also do less than his regular damage. Thinking of using the item. I have no idea which is better. I'm just going to use this because it ignores defense, so probably. Only 9 points of damage. Oh, I forgot he has 50% magic resistance. So it's only doing half damage to him. At insult to injury, magic isn't really even effective. A critical hit of 1 damage. Yeah. Oh, he didn't attack someone this turn. Okay. Everyone keep wailing on him. 6 damage.
6 points. Finally, some almost decent damage.
Right? We found someone who can do good damage. Freaking huzzah. 3 damage.
Yay.
Wait, did his defense get lower or something? Hold on. Odds. No, it didn't. Okay. Some people are just hitting harder than others, I guess. Blue? Do something? I was hoping your electricity breath. This is not the time to be coy.
I don't know what... Does it just do electricity when he crits or something?
I don't know. I don't know what the mechanic is to cause it. I assumed it works similar to the Hellhound, where he just has a % chance to do it. Anyone hurt? Oh, right, Max is hurt. I know that for a fact. Yeah, seems like it'd be a random thing. Blue, be useful. That'd be funny if I said that and Hoonery walked in right now. Max, you missed. Right, I forgot Kane has a dodge rate.
Because he's your boss, of course he would.
Yeah, technically Max also has a dodge rate. Thankfully, friendly fire with magic is not a thing in this game. Use halberd. More points. Shoot him! I swear he does have regeneration, but he's not using it. 3 points of
The
damage.
tiny amount of damage that you're doing to him, I think it's a good thing that he's not.
Right. Uh-oh. Use the Sword of Darkness. Wait, what? He insta-killed my character.
Okay. How many characters are left?
Doesn't matter, it's my main character. Mean that it counts as a loss.
Did he just manage to do did he just desold Max?
Yeah, he desold Max. Keep in mind, Diesel has only a 25% chance of working, and he did that. I lost half my money.
You lost half your money because you just got random diesel.
Yeah, well, welcome to when Shining Force actually gets hard. This game, yeah. The bosses in this game are the hardest parts. And it's only going to get harder from here, because pretty much every fight from this point onwards will have a boss in it, of some kind.
As bosses should be.
Right, well, I mean, like, before now, it's like, oh, it's just mostly random mooks, blah, blah, blah. Now, the majority of fights that you have will have a named character boss in it, from this point onwards in the game.
Okay.
They get more ridiculous than Kane over time, so...
Yeah, I was more thinking of something like Metal Gear Revengeance, where Revengeance difficulty, the boss fights are the easy part.
Yeah, no, the boss fight's the hard part in this game.
Yeah, it just weirds when game difficulty and game balance at some point makes it so the boss fights are the easy part.
Right. In this game, it's more like, you know what, you're far enough into the game, fuck it, we're not going to care about balance anymore. Get good, scrub.
Yeah. The
Alright.
only two times that I've seen people play Revengeance where the boss is actually hard is one, because it's a timed event, it's a timed thing, or where you must deal damage to someone that you're not supposed to be beating at this point, but you need to either run the clock or still do enough damage to Armstrong in that sequence where you're totally getting your ass kicked by him. And in Revengeance, he deals 200% damage per hit, meaning if you have no healing items left at that point because you just got burned them on the previous section of the fight, well, okay, you just need to survive 3 minutes in front of Armstrong with no ways to heal and every hit is a one-shot.
Right. Which is crazy.
And the only other time a boss fight is hard is because for one of the boss fights they said, hey, you know how we can make the boss fight hard? By adding a second copy of the boss in the room.
Ah, I remember. So, I wanted to point something out. He used Diesel on me. He does not know Diesel.
The Sword of Darkness knows Diesel.
Yeah, it said that he used the Sword of Darkness for Diesel. So, I was not kidding when he said he has a MacGuffin weapon. In terms of, he has a dark lightsaber with evil powers. Oh. Which also implies, by the way, that he'll never run out of MP for Diesel. Because guess what? Remember when I mentioned the whole cracking items thing earlier? That does not happen to the legendary items in this game.
Okay.
So, yeah, he can just use that effect of the Sword of Darkness as many times as he wants to, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's always just a chance that he'll just kill me randomly.
So that's why you're looking forward to have the sword, because you got 3 Diesel from it at that point.
Yeah. Plus, it also does a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's a boss weapon, but it probably does, yes.
Yep. Anyway. Thank you everybody for watching. If indeed you still are, Hold on, what was the thing? Wait, does the item have a free cast? Yes, the item has a free casting of D-Soul bots. It's not only D-Soul, it's D-Soul 2, which is the improved version of D-Soul with better odds of working. Don't know, the difference between D-Soul 1 and D-Soul 2 is D-Soul 1 is 25% chance of working, D-Soul 2 is 50% chance of working.
And the boss can... So the boss has a 50% sudden death move that he can cast at any time. Okay.
Yeah, and he can cast from range. And also, I'd like to point out, by the way, bosses are immune to D-Soul, but somehow Max isn't. Because, fuck you, game. Fuck you. Who's light? Max? Well, we are called the Shining Force, and we have been referred to as Warriors of Light in this game before, so yeah, I'd say Max is probably aligned with Light. Who knows? Maybe he's going to gain a Sword of Light at some point. We will see. No, it's not that he's weak to it. That's just what D-Soul 2 does. Even when the player uses it, that's what it does. Technically, I believe Pao knows. No, she does not. I know that there is player characters that eventually learn D-Soul as well. Yeah, no, D-Soul's just that strong. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching, if indeed you still are. And I'll talk to y'all later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Quick save.